Shorties.
Hi, Shorty.
Fingers crossed, StreamYard's being a little bitch tonight, apparently. Very frustrating when we're professionals here. I'm fucking professional.
She's a fucking professional. No goddamn it.
Miss Shorty, you're muted. Miss Shorty, you're muted.
God, yes.
Endearing, it's iconic. Cheese breaks, faith breaks, staying hydrated. It's Shorty time. She's a fucking delight. Trial watching, trials and tribulations. It's Camp Shorty calling all nations. What are you drinking? Shall we skip this part? Left or right-handed? Shit, she slid it to the start. She's a fucking professional. Yo, goddammit. You're muted, what? And daring, it's iconic. Cheese breaks, faith breaks, staying hydrated. It's Shorty time. She's a fucking delight. Psychology corner. Let's learn about stuff. New Miss Shorty music. Calling their bluff. Best chat, best community. We've got the best minds. A safe, supportive sanctuary full of fun and love. Rock out with your cats down. Curse all you want. And here at Camp Shorty, we even say God. She's a fucking professional. Yo, goddammit. You're muted, what? And daring, it's iconic. Cheese breaks, faith breaks, staying hydrated. It's Shorty time. She's a fucking delight. Hey, Shorties, what's doing, y'all? Get in here, Shorties. Let's fucking go. Camp Shorty. Camp Shorty. Camp Shorty. Camp Shorty. Camp Shorty.
Now the fun begins.
Oh shit, Donna, you're screwed. Suck it, Donna. Screw you. You're next. Wendi, suck it, Donna. Why me? Donna, you're screwed. Suck it, Donna. Screw you. You're next. Wendi, suck it, Donna. Why me?
Hi, I forgot to put myself on the stage. Hi, Shorties. It's like, hi, good to see you. Oh, no, I'm the wrong size. Hi. Hi, I was a total shorty. That gets me every time. That's so funny. Hi, Shorties. Buster's here. Poppy's running around. They heard me talking. They're like, oh my God, is it showtime? They said, places, everyone, places. Un momento. Let me give them a pig's ear. Yikes. Bussy.
Now the fun begins.
Oh, we are fucking professionals around here, right? Big one for the boy, this one, and one for you, Mrs. Pops. Yes, hi. What a day we made it. Oh, you're going to have to excuse the crunching. Hey, before I go any further, new Shorty jacket. Who dis? Got the, wait, what am I doing? Shorty logo, pockets, ready? Birch store, man. I love it so much. Hi, Debbie Blair. I love the baby too. Baby Shorty is pretty cute. Cuter than adult Shorty. Thanks, Ms. What the Fuck. That jacket is so awesome. You know what else is awesome? Me and Ms. What the Fuck. Ms. What the Fuck, no, me and Ms. What the Fuck working together to make amazing videos. If you missed the premiere of I Ain't Playin', it's there on the video videos. Great song, Miss Shorty Music. Ms. What the Fuck made a video. We just premiered it, so go and have a look at that. I don't know if you noticed the "Oh shit, Donna" song. It's just a little something that I wrote the other day. Nothing, like three lines. And then I used Grok. Thanks, Grok, to turn a bunch of still photos of Donna into animations. And then Ms. What the Fuck made a video for it. Love it. Love, 1010. Hi, Llama. Good to see you. Lady in Grey, hi. Judge ain't playing. Judge Everett. Ooh, defense. What are you doing? Yikes. Hey, Stephanie, blah, blah, blah. Good to see you, my friend, my wifey. Hey, replay crew, hi. Thank you so much for joining. Tonight, what are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a rewatch of opening statements in the finally trial of Florida versus Donna Adelson. Finally. We have been waiting for this for like forever and ever. Amen. So we're going to watch the opening statements and witnesses. We're going to see if we can get it all in one night tonight. We'll see. Court was popping off. But replay crew, if you would like to watch the live chat replay on your handheld device, it's easy. All you need to do is swipe left on the comment tab and it'll give you the option to watch the live chat replay as well as leaving a comment. In theory, we'll have it timestamped for you down below. That generally happens unless I'm the one tasked with timestamping, and then but if you want to skip through things, you can. Timestamps help with that. Thank you to my beautiful crew of timestampers. Hi, Cheryl. Good to see you. Simmy's here. Hi. Laura B's hi. Laura B is here. Hi. I hope you're feeling all right, gorgeous. Laura B had a pretty hefty procedure today, so theoretically she's floating on gummies and the delusions of Donna Sue Adelson, perhaps. Joe Schmo, new member. Did it lapse? Thanks, Joe. Sweet. I probably could strip up my glasses and I'm doing that squinting thing. Vanity's a curse. Also, thank you to True Crime and Wine time. Not Drama Llama. Ms. Llama for portaling people through to this stream. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. Let me scroll through because we got stuff to get done. Have we? Bluebird says, I made it. Fuck yeah, Bluebird. I love that. Me muted? Don't say that. Don't say that. Let's fucking go. Correct. Let me just make sure I've got everyone. Don't forget to hit the like button. And you know me, I generally struggle with time blindness. So your best bet for catching Miss Shorty live when we actually go live is to have the notifications checked. Hit that bell, because I try every day of my life, but we generally push things back. It's part of the charm, right? There it is. Don't forget to press that like button. Hey, I'm going to bring my beautiful co-host, Ms. What the Fuck, on. You know, when we were doing covering the Sade Robinson murder with the trial of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, and we had baby Judge Laura, baby junior, baby attorney, baby hydrant head. Well, guess who we have here? Whoa. Baby Judge Everett. Hi, Ms. What the Fuck. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I love your avatar.
Thank you. That's my favorite one so far.
That's right on brand for how much we just love Judge Everett. There is a new members only emote. You might see them. There's Queen Georgia, which is yellow with Georgia there. And then there's a yellow heart, which is Judge Everett in the middle of that heart because Judge Everett. And we have a Sarah for Sarah Dugan. What an opening statement presentation. And then, of course, Donna. Oh, shit, Donna. So, but here's Judge Everett masquerading as Ms. What the Fuck.
Yes, he's literally the best. He was so good today. He's good every day, but today, he earned the avatar status today.
Absolutely. I'm just going to boost your mic up a little bit. We'll see. Should be good. Okay. Buster's here for cuddles. Now, so where do you want to, because we're not going to go straight into opening statements, right? We've got a little bit of foundation laying, to use that whole legal stuff. Where should we start?
So we had a whole bunch of stuff that happened this week that wasn't in the trial because the trial didn't start at the beginning of the week. It started in earnest today. So what we could do is start with a little bit of a presentation and a little setting of the scene. So let me pop up on the stage, and then I'll let you adjust where you want it to be.
I'll make us smaller.
Okay, cool. And so we'll just talk a little bit about, where we are. So it's the Florida. You can barely hear me. Okay. That's a bummer.
But also because I'm booming. What about if I turn myself down? Then y'all can turn your devices up. That might help also. I have a loud voice. Yikes. I've turned my mic down. Chat, if you can let me know if our volumes are more equal when What the Fuck comes back.
A little bit better now?
That sounds better. I think that's better.
You know what I did?
Beautiful.
I did this techie thing where I unplugged it and then plugged it back in. Super
it literally
here.
It always works. It
Yeah.
always works. It's
sure.
it's a thing because it's a thing.
Right, exactly. All right. So starting out, this is the Florida versus Donna Adelson week 1. And I don't know if this will go on past that, or this presentation, but that's what this is. So where are we? We are at the Leon County Courthouse, and the super fancy picture that you sent over.
Yes, that was taken by Fancy Fiction. She's been covering this case, Justice for Dan Markel, for years. Her channel is amazing. But she's been tweeting because she's in the courtroom. So this is outside one of the whichever courtroom they're in, holding the trial. If you've ever seen any interviews of Georgia Cappleman after the last Charlie Adelson's trial, the vision is from Georgia standing with her back to one of these balconette little things. It's beautiful.
It's absolutely stunning, right? It's like very old worldish, just the architecture is insane.
Yes. I forgot to mention while I think of it, there's also there's a Dan Markel, Professor Dan Markel, Danny, members only emote. It's the same as the picture we have up in the top right-hand corner. So silly me, I forgot to mention the whole reason we're here, because it's not for fucking Donna Adelson. It's a little bit for Judge Everett though, right?
Absolutely. And so Judge Everett is bae. I love Judge Everett so much. He might, he's definitely on my list of favorite judges. And you shared a really fantastic article that was written. It was written last year.
Actually, it was a bit before. I've got that. It's Tallahassee Democrat. You can't access that, can you?
I'm gonna share it actually right now.
You've got it? Oh, good. Because I wasn't sure, but apparently I subscribed to the Tallahassee Democrat after or during the Charlie Adelson trial. So when Ms. What the Fuck said, I can't open, it was another article, and she said, I can't open. I'm like, I can. I guess I must have subscribed because it's behind a paywall. So that's fair. I like to support local journalism. Not my local, but.
Yeah. And so this was from January 24, 2024. Tallahassee Judge Stephen Everett receives prestigious Jurist of the Year award, which just tells you, on top of him just being amazing and what we see, he's amazing overall, right?
Yes.
And so I can either read it or I can wait. I don't know if I scrolled too.
I know, I'm there now. So Circuit Judge Stephen Everett recently received the 2023 Trial Jurist of the Year award from the American Board of Trial Advocates, ABOTA. The second judicial circuit announced in a news release. At the Winter Tallahassee ABOTA meeting this past Saturday, Tallahassee chapter president Jim Floyd presented the annual award. In a later statement, Vicky Bramblett, executive director of the Tallahassee chapter, called Everett, quote, an amazing judge. He was recognized for his amazing work surrounding the parentheses, Dan, close parentheses, Markel case, his patience with both trial teams and witnesses, and also his wonderful way of how he composes himself on the bench in every case he has in front of him. New paragraph, Charlie Adelson, brother-in-law of Florida State law professor Dan Markel, was convicted last year and sentenced by Everett to life in Markel's 2014 murder in Tallahassee. Everett now is presiding in the case of Adelson's mother, Donna Adelson, also charged in Markel's killing. Everett, quote, shows the utmost professionalism and ethics as required for an ABOTA award. Close, end quote, Bramblett added. Everett was appointed as a Leon County judge in 2016 by then Governor Rick Scott, then was tapped for the circuit bench in 2019 by Governor Ron DeSantis. He was the first circuit judge to be appointed by DeSantis. ABOTA is a national association formed in 1957, the release said, quote, dedicated to the preservation of the Seventh Amendment right to jury trial, access to the courts, and independence of the judiciary. Membership is equally comprised of plaintiff and defense trial lawyers, excuse me, who have demonstrated extensive jury trial experience, close quote. The Tallahassee ABOTA chapter was chartered in 1995.
So that's our wonderful judge. And Laura says he has the best smile, and I agree. He's got the best smile.
Lady in Grey said he's one of the better judges I have seen. He is the best. I personally, in terms of rankings of male jurists, he's my top favorite. I don't know whether it's because I not love this case, you know what I mean. Soft spot for Judge Everett, and then I have a couple of top ranking female jurists. But yeah, he's lovely. He's funny, he's sweet, he's delightful looking, he's fair. He ain't playing today.
Yeah.
And he's got a beautiful smile. True. Okay, I'm gonna move around a bit again.
Oh, okay, stuff went a little bit out of order on that. So let me back up just a wee bit. Let me make this happen a little bit differently. So how about we go to this page? Wendi played Squash the Subpoena this week. And I know
that's going to need to be you.
hard to read. So what I did is I also opened up, so it was easy to read for you. But I got to get to that page, which is right over here. Here we go. Share this tab instead. Maybe that.
Still tricky for me with my 7:30 in the morning eyes and 50 years old and
Okay. So
oh, you can, if you want to read the first paragraph, I can read the second one because I can see it a bit. I'll end up coughing anyway because.
all right. This is a non-party. Well, this is. Let me go back up. So this is the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson, and this is a non-party Wendi J. Adelson's motion for permission to place a statement on the record and to quash defense subpoena. So the introduction: non-party Wendi J. Adelson. Wendi Adelson is the daughter of defendant Donna Adelson. Donna Adelson. I'm not sure why they had to do that, but and is expected to be one of the first witnesses called by the state in Donna Adelson's trial. Both the state and the defendant issued trial subpoenas to Wendi Adelson. By law, the state subpoena confers immunity on Wendi Adelson, but the defendant's subpoena does not. Accordingly, Wendi Adelson respectfully moves for permission to place a statement on the record regarding the state of Florida's trial subpoena, the state subpoena, example 1, I guess, and to quash the trial subpoena issued by defendant Donna S. Adelson, the defense subpoena, X2. In support of this motion, Wendi Adelson states as follows. And so there's a bunch more. This isn't the whole thing that was in that tweet, but.
So long story short with that is that Wendi has always had a use and derivative use immunity given by the state of Florida for her testimony, which means that nothing she says can be used directly. Nothing she says under oath can be used directly to pursue, indictment of Wendi. Wendi is a named, unindicted co-conspirator in this case. TikTok, Wendi. Get all your affairs in order, just saying. So while she is more than happy, I use that term loosely, Buster, please, to testify on behalf of the state because that derivative use and use immunity deal protects her. Wendi thinks it protects her completely. It doesn't. She's an attorney, so come on, girl. Even I get this. All it means is that they cannot directly use any of her testimony, but if they can find that information or impeach her, as soon as she lies on the stand, I mean, imagine. It's void. It's null and void. This deal is null and void, and it's impeachable. Provable lies. But if she's subpoenaed, if she was to testify on behalf of the defense team, also there is no immunity, none, because the defense have no ability to offer that kind of protection. So Wendi is covering her ass because she's, for an attorney, not the brightest bulb in the chandelier. And it doesn't matter where she lives, Texas, Colorado, or fucking Miami. It doesn't matter. I'm going to say it again. 2 weeks, tops, after Donna is convicted, silver bracelets for Wendi. Orange outfit and silver bracelets. So that's why she needed to do this, because it's very much a huge deal for Wendi, because totally involved. She knew the whole time, complicit. And if she's not covered by this immunity, she's fucked. So that, if you're wondering why, y'all, friends, chat.
Love it.
Esquire. It is in my title, after all.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I can't get that thing. I want to do your titles. Okay. I am doing stuff on the background. Sorry.
Same. No, I'm just rabbiting on.
You're doing great. Providing context.
Thanks, man. I'll just put my title up in case you're new to the channel. This is satire and facetious, but also a little bit true. My official title, if you're wondering, I don't mind if you shorten it just to Shorty or even Lisa, but if you want to be official, it's Exalted Supreme Leader, Lyricist, Saint, Doctor, Detective, Prophet, Seer, Lady, Miss Shorty, Esquire. Fuck.
Sorry.
That's all right. I've got tears in my eyes now.
I love it when you say it out loud. Okay.
So many. I'm so accomplished.
You are, and I love it so much. Okay. You make it so hard to focus.
Sorry, man. I'm struggling too. This is welcome to our world.
Okay. So what else happened this week is that a jury was seated. Okay. So seating the jury that took place this week. They were questioned first in court before being taken back to chambers for further questioning. This is Donna watching them walk in and surveying the land. Oh, hey, you were Georgia there for a second. I saw.
I was baby Georgie. I was also. I try to be more official and less pearl clutchingly offensive and have vapes off screen. So that's why. But then I suddenly realized I was Georgia, which honestly, not a bad thing.
I was gonna say. I mean, if you can be Georgia, I mean, whew. Okay.
But I would turn gay for Georgia. There's a couple, but Georgia is top of the list. She's perfect in every way. I love her. Yeah. Before we go any further, just can I sidebar it? Speaking of how much I love Georgia and speaking how much I kind of know about this case. I don't know all the intricate details because my brain forgets some things, Dory. But tomorrow night we're having a watch party of all of my Adelson related shorts. I think it's 86 or 87 on Kick. There's music to them. So we're going to watch them together. Just so you know, Georgia features heavily. She's the fucking best. So put that in your diaries. We'll start on YouTube at about 9:30 Eastern clock drift, depending on when we finish the stream tomorrow night first. And then that. So if you're not already a Kick person, you should be. And that's going to be fun. So that. Carry on. Seating a jury. Official shit.
Okay. Okay. So this is them in the chambers where they're talking to the individual jurors, prospective jurors, which I thought was really interesting. I've never seen this before or seen it done this way. Very.
So can I explain why they do this?
100%.
So basically, they have all the prospective jurors in the courtroom to voir dire them, the veneer, and so when they have certain questions and people they don't answer, so they'll say, like, for example, have you heard about this case? And they don't ask them to elaborate. They ask if anyone has, to put their hand up, and then to save, because if there's people who haven't heard of this case, any case, if they go then and ask those panel of prospective jurors, what have you heard, in front of the other jurors, and that person says, well, I heard that Donna Adelson hated her son-in-law and that she hired a hitman or whatever, all the things I heard about the TV, whatever. What that will then do is taint the entire batch of jurors. So they take them in. So this is common. I've never seen photos of it.
I've never seen, like, go in another room to do it. Like I've heard of them like going up to the bench and talking to them like that, like stuff like that. But I've never seen them have like a special room or have pictures, especially. And I mean, can you imagine if it wasn't Donna and it was some other like defendant, right? Like somebody that was actually like physically dangerous, like, you know, they're afraid would lash out. Did they do that with that? I don't know. It's just interesting. Like,
I absolutely found it a very interesting perspective based kind of around that. I was more thinking, oh, imagine poor Georgia and Sarah Dugan, for example. I mean, they've lived and breathed this case. Imagine having to sit in conference with Donna Adelson across the table from them with all of her gaslighting grandma gotti bullshit and having to be civil. And I guess they're professionals, same, them obviously shorties. But yeah, that definitely, to me, that's such close proximity.
Oh yeah. I mean, like you said, they're definitely professionals, but you got to know that they're, you got to imagine that they can't stand the woman.
Oh my God! And as I don't know how empathic, but they are. I know Georgia is a tough cookie, so Sarah, they're both amazing. But I would be absorbing, going, "Ugh, ugh, 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 sage, 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 sage." So yeah.
For real. So we have a couple of pictures from that. And then this is the jury makeup. So first of all, they were trying to get to 15, but they ended up sticking with 14 at the end of the day yesterday because it was getting real late when they finally ended up sticking with 14. And this is the breakdown as we saw from, it was Joel, right, from STS.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to throw any shade. A little bit of shade. Don't love him. Currently, in the last 24 hours, has been publicly pressuring Grizzly True Crime, to come on his show. She's clearly declined the invitation or has ignored the invitation. So he's putting it out there in tweets, which, like, that's not it for me. That's a shitty tactic. It's bullying bullshit. And anyway, but having said that, he did list the sort of the demographic breakdown of the jurors. So I forwarded you that information on, and you've made this amazing gender reveal graphic. I love it.
Right. And so I did take a little bit of license with a couple of people because there were no genders on a couple, but they did have beards. And so I am just making a judgment call in just knowing that, just you have a beard does not make you a male. And just because you appear male or feminine does not necessarily mean you are that gender. So I'm just making judgment calls there. But it appears that we have 6 females and 8 males, and I just tried to do the math in my head right then, and I don't know if I failed horribly.
No, 6 and 8 is 14. That's correct. Correct.
Thank you. I'm not the math kind of autism. I'm sorry.
Neither am I, but that one's okay for me.
Okay. And so we have a mix of different, a mix of racial makeup, and then it looks like we have some kind of, it falls in a general age range of middle age, kind of, 30s, 40s, late 30s, mid 40s, and then it jumps up to like 60s, or at least one person, and then there's a 25-year-old. So kind of a thread, it's not just a single, right? It's not just like a singular age range and not just a singular racial makeup. Like it's wide ranging, which is nice.
Yeah, I was pleased to hear during the voir dire process some clearly voices that were clearly black voices, and I was relieved because I want to say that Charlie's jury wasn't as diverse. Don't quote me, but I have a feeling.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I do like that there's, I don't know. I think the other important thing is they spend a lot of time on this.
Yes.
On these people. Like, they spend a lot of time figuring out who they were going to seat, and that was probably the most important thing. So,
in fact, a lot of time felt like, what's his name? Is it Josh? What's his last name? The defense attorney. He really did feel like Zellman, I think. Yeah, Zellman. I wrote them down in my notes just to try and remember, because once I write something down, I'm better at remembering it better. He felt like he was running out the clock. I know, not Josh Ritter, no, Steph. It was the attorney for Donna. It's Jackie Fulford and Josh Zellman. See, professional. I know Carl was losing his mind at how tedious and protracted that individual, the questioning by Josh Zellman was, Carl Steinbeck. So,
also,
he was running out the clock. I think they didn't want to. Sorry to interrupt you. I don't think they wanted to. I think they wanted to save everything to start kickoff today and not have to do opening statements yesterday afternoon. I mean, in hindsight, Jackie Fulford, who has never heard of Skype, and brought with her the Tallahassee version of the Dud Welch's blue paint exercise into court with her little chalk, as they say in Massachusetts, her demonstrative, felt like I was waiting to see whether some of the edges of the arrows and stuff would peel off because the glue stick hadn't had the proper stick on it. I don't know.
I would also suggest Lawyer, did a good coverage on the juror because he's from he's from Florida. And
Yeah.
he
Actually,
covered.
I'll have to watch that. Yes.
Yeah, definitely would suggest it just because it's like really interesting because he's like, oh yeah, that's a little bit much on that questioning, and oh yeah, that's a little bit, that's fine, and that's normal, that's not normal, things like that. I thought that was cool too. So
Yeah, I'll definitely watch that. My week has been extraordinarily hectic.
yeah,
I didn't even have an earbud in my ear all day yesterday, which is unheard of. It was so crazy. We worked so hard all week. We've been working hard for weeks and weeks, but yikes. So I've got a bit of catching up to do.
okay, let's.
I haven't even listened. Sorry to interrupt you again, but I haven't even listened to True Crime Wine Llama's most recent Thursday night show video.
It's really good. You're gonna love it. I
Yes.
mean, it's really sad, but it's really good.
Yeah.
On the
So
milk part.
I am so behind. So
Yeah,
stay on topic, Lisa. Lisa, focus.
Okay. So next up, we're gonna talk about who's coming to town for the trial. So who is in town for this trial? We have starting up, everybody's favorite golden boy. Maybe not so golden anymore because he's probably not getting as much sun as he's used to, and that's Charlie Adelson. He has been transferred back to Leon County for a hot minute, meaning he got a fresh mugshot that we get to see. Not looking so great. Not as bad as, to be fair, not as bad as he did look a minute ago. So there he is, traveling and just being ready to testify in his mama's case. And then who else do we have? Well, oh, look who is sitting outside and waiting to go in and testify, I guess, against her mom. I mean, the way that the testimony went today was sounds like maybe it's a little acrimonious, the way that this is going. But unfortunately, Wendi was not wearing the dress that she normally would wear for her testimony, so that was unfortunate.
Most notable for me is the length of the skirt. Wendi sure does, and could just be because she's sitting down. And I know that Florida's warm; it's summer, so she doesn't have any pantyhose on or whatever you all would be calling it. But this skirt feels short for court. For me, and you know me, I'm happy to get the 4-inch cleavage out. I'm not about extreme, but decorous dressing in court. And before we go any further on that, another sidebar: the medical examiner had her shoulders showing, and I'm just wondering whether there'll be outrage over her wearing that attire to court versus Renee Stonebridge in the first Karen Reed trial when she had her shoulders showing.
I'm sure age has a lot to do with it, Lisa.
Age, no tattoos, absolutely, and no fake eyelashes. But same, right? It's shoulders. Shoulders are shoulders are shoulders. So
yeah.
Hi, Butterfly. Also, good to see you.
And so also we had Harvey. He had
So
quite the look.
yeah, Harvey and Donna weren't in court at all for Charlie's trial. I think they were running shit scared that they were going to be indicted or arrested or whatever. Apparently, this photo is taken from the moment when details were being given about it being Harvey's Lexus that Katie Magbanower purchased for some nominal amount in the aftermath of the hit on Professor John Markel. So he's like,
Sorry.
Simi says Harvey had the stink face all day. Me, I've only been listening. Like, let's not forget when I woke up at 3, testimony was already 4 hours into the day. So I've been playing catch up. I haven't actually finished to the end of court today, but I only ever listened. So I'm quite looking forward to watching some testimony so I can get the full experience of all of it.
It's going to be good. And I I bombed into I watched with Lum. I watched with True
Yes,
Crime
yes.
Wine Time, and I bombed in there at like for me it was like 6 in the morning. I came in late because for me trial starts at like 4 in the morning. So I came in late and I was like, I'm gonna catch up, I promise. So
I
I
still, again, sidebar, I still don't understand how it takes the longest to fly from Australia, Melbourne, to Alaska, when on the globe, aren't we very close to each other? Is there something about having to fly in one direction around the world? Answer me, somebody, riddle me this, because I feel like we should be
can
closer
we
than
not
24 hours.
is that like actual travel time or is that like the date
That's
going over the date line?
no, it's actual travel time. It's in all the connecting flights. I
Got
feel
it.
like if we went the other way around the world, I'd be there in about 8 hours, but fine, I digress.
Well, because we're only 18 hours, and that's because of the time or the date line. Okay, weird. Okay.
Alaska, Cheryl, Alaska.
Yeah, I'm in Alaska, so we're super close. I mean, really, we're not that far away. Okay. So
Okay, back on
we only have one
topic.
more slide, and then we can jump into the actual trial. So, oh, that was fancy. I didn't realize I did a fancy thing. Okay, so then who else was there but the great Ruth and Phil Markel? There on behalf of their son. And actually, right there in the middle, that is, I'm sorry, Shelley. Is that who?
Shelley. Yeah, Shelley
Shelley.
Markel. I don't think it's her name's still Markel, but that's Dan's sister, Shelley, only sister. So they went from having 2 children to tragically just one.
So that's super super amazing, and I didn't know that, and I thought that was just. I was wondering who she was. I had to ask Lisa who she was, but I was seeing them there so amazing, and another picture of them, watching this play out yet again in front of them. Um,
They're so brave.
it is. It really is. Because this is what
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th one that they've been here
And
for.
they had the false start of Donna's trial in September last year,
Yes.
which they would have geared up emotionally, mentally, and logistically to be in Florida for it. And like just these poor people that haven't really had a chance to, I can imagine, like properly grieve because they're still on a quest to see full justice for their son.
Yeah. So that is what I prepared to kind of run up to today to the start of actual trial. So let me do that and then squish us back on there. So how would you like to start us off?
I guess we could just barrel straight into, I think, the first image, and we're going to be using the trial channel as much as we can. So footage from the trial channel. If you haven't already subscribed to the trial channel, you need to. Our beautiful friend has so many trials in playlists, in chronological order, per witness, time stamped, all the lunch breaks and shit cut out of it, all the paper fluffing and the sidebars, and also very quick on the upload. So I think the first image on opening statements is Donna. So trigger warning.
All right. You want me to share? I have it pulled up.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, no worries.
You're the besticles. Also, there's a poll, chat. How much do you love Ms. What the Fuck's slide presentations? The options are so much, besticles, or quarter fucking throttle.
Okay, let me do a layout and then do that and then
Nice.
you can play with it. Oh boy, you're right. I wasn't expecting.
Interesting. She's got the cable knit. Her first few days, she looked a little bit like a school principal, the jury selection. Voir dire. She had dark navy. She had very, very harsh colors. And here she is softening up her look with a cable knit cardigan. Very soft. She's just a regular, like, grandma, right?
Yeah, she's just a sweet little grandma. She would never do anything wrong. Oh my gosh. Okay. I should unmute it.
Also, with her tiny ear canals, that she can't hear anything. Lol.
Everyone
And
can
the
be seated.
earwax. Yikes. Ooh, look at the size of those.
Oh, I
How
forgot.
did
I
you
mean,
do that?
you could change the size. Did you know
Oh,
that?
that's what she said. No, I didn't.
I was playing with it because I couldn't figure out my subtitles one day. They were messing with me. So I was like, I got in there and I was playing with it. You could change the size and all the colors and stuff. Somebody had like green ones one day. I was like, that's weird. So I was playing it anyways. Sorry. We'll see if it's too big.
Good morning, members of the jury. Thank you. Everyone recalled. Good job. Juror
Oh, I
number-
love
how
him
did I do
so
on this
much.
test?
Drop a Judge Everett emoji if you got one.
You're welcome. Before we get started this morning, I'm going to give
She
you
looks
some
a little on
preliminary
edge, huh?
instructions as to how the trial will take place, and also an instruction on note taking. Does everyone have a pen and notepad? If you can hold those up for me so I can see. For the record, each juror has a pen and notepad. After I've given you these two instructions, at that point, the parties will have their opportunities to give their opening statements, and the state will proceed with its case. Once again, throughout this trial process, I will be reading to you quite a bit. Again, it's not that I just do not wish to speak to you in a normal fashion, but the instruction that you are to receive from the court concerning the law during this case is to be specific, and it is to be uniform. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is a criminal case. Donna Adelson is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The definition of these offenses will be explained to you later in this trial. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Donna Adelson in accordance with the law that I will provide to you.
Oh, I can't wait to
Thus,
see
the
what
province
closed
of the
captions
jury
does
and the
with this
province
today
of the
too.
court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity.
He
if
is
they
smelling
wish,
his
to make
farts,
an
isn't he,
opening statement.
Simmy?
The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions. After the final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict in this matter. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of this case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law that I will provide to you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify my courtroom personnel concerning the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses or breaks, and you will be permitted to separate and go
Hi,
about your
Smarter
affairs,
Harry.
or you'll
Yes.
be returned to the jury room. During these recesses
Okay,
or
Smarter
breaks,
Hardy.
you must not discuss the
Smarter Hardy's
case with
comment.
anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, please tell him or her that you are on the jury that is trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to my bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use your devices during any recesses or breaks, but even then, you may not use your cell phones or electronic devices to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people that are involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess or break, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room.
Okay, Zellman. Zellman, straighten your tie, dickhead.
Devices.
Where's Nick?
If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and they will be delivered to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you for this very purpose.
So excited.
The case must be
Georgia.
provided by you only on the evidence
Drop a
presented
Georgia
during
in the
trial,
chat.
in your presence,
Queen.
and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This would include reading newspapers, watching television, using a
fan of
computer,
Tato.
cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places that are involved in this case. This instruction is going to apply to you whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or any other location until the trial has concluded. You must not visit places that are mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest of family members make comments to you or ask questions about this trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages that are related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure the information that you have obtained is actually proper and relevant to this case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you may find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these
Judge Everett
jeopardizes
Brooklyn?
the fairness of the
Let me
proceedings,
check.
and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions, such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or potentially both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they believe are proper. When an objection is made, you must not speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer that question. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long such a conference may last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you choose not to. This is going to be an individual choice for each juror. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you do wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you are not to remove your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break, you are to leave your notepads in your seats. When the trial reconvenes, you will have access to your notepads once again. After you've completed your deliberations in this matter, my bailiff will deliver your notepads to me. From there, your notepads will be destroyed. No one
She
will
has
ever
the
read
best
your
hair,
notes.
Steph.
If you choose to take notes during this trial, please do not get so involved in note taking that you've become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Is the state prepared to give its opening statement at this time? You may proceed.
Good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Sarah Dugan. Georgia Cappleman and I are representing the state of Florida in this case. And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson.
They
You
have
see
the
her
best
here
hair.
at the defense table. And this is how she appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago. And the reason that we're here today is because this defendant, Donna Adelson, was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, this defendant's family had a big problem. And the big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University College of Law.
Pebby, good to see
Tragically,
you. Hey,
on
girl.
July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled into his driveway and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot, and he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious, so he waited a second to see if Dan Markel also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markel's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And he found a gruesome scene. Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car. And Dan Markel was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911 and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markel with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. Dan Markel was only 41 years old. And his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement
Oh, and
began
she
to
says,
investigate
bless you.
to try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markel. The scene there, the crime scene, left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen. And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing. The little evidence that they do have sends them down 2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markel's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer to kill him? And after years of tireless investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant. So first, let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life to try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him dead. and they learned that Dan Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's daughter, and his ex-wife is named Wendi Adelson. A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendi Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami, where she was from and where her parents lived, with her children and Dan Markel's children, in order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson. The victim, Dan Markel, as you can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where his kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant, hated Dan Markel and was the relentless driving force behind Wendy's relocation efforts to South Florida. And, you know, being a caring and involved parent is great, but the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling. She had very strong opinions about all the decisions in Wendi Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendi Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendy's brother, to solve the problem by getting him to kind of go to Wendi and persuade Wendi until Wendi ultimately agreed to do what the defendant wanted her to do. And while the defendant had always been controlling of her children's lives, the emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendi and Dan Markel's children, her grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendi that she deserved more than just a life teaching in Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markel was essentially holding her hostage in Tallahassee because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendy's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendi and her attorney were filing in court, and emailing Wendi instructions for her attorney on arguments her attorney should make and what her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendi Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendi and the grandkids in Tallahassee, and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absences from the practice. And the defendant instructed Wendi Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce, and if it had to be her non-negotiable in the divorce. In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. And not only did the judge deny Wendy's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendi Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So Wendi would not be permitted to move to Miami to be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever, unless of course, something happened to Dan Markel. After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendi Adelson in emails that Dan Markel has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendi know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markel to agree to relocation, like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education, and the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendi move to Miami with the boys. And if the bribes didn't work, the defendant also suggested several ways that Wendi could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission. The defendant told Wendi to aggravate Dan Markel like he aggravates you. And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendi would make Dan Markel absolutely miserable. And she's detailing all of these in her emails. So, for the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendi to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church, and then post the pictures to social media, and even announce on social media she was getting the children baptized just to make it appear to Dan Markel that she was changing their religion. The defendant assured Wendi Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markel to agree to let her move to Miami, but told Wendi Adelson that in order to pull off this stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life. The defendant said that it did not matter to her if Wendi had to dress her two little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms, as long as she was able to get them to self-love
Donna.
and show Dan Markel that he was not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendi Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendi's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life, and Charlie Adelson's life, depended on Wendi Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami. And the defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendi and the boys to be relocated to Miami. And she never did. The evidence in this case will show you that this defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson. She and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendi's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And she would often, the defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markel to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big, big problem for this defendant. And this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. And although the divorce between Wendi and Dan Markel was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each side is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in 2014.
What? Pammy?
A few months before the murder in 2014, Dan Markel alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children. She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markel was trying to take them away from her. Dan Markel asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. And the murder of Dan Markel ensured that not having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markel was killed, after the shooting happened, Wendi Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street.
Shorties.
And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelson's big problem had been solved.
Rude.
You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit family. The defendant, her son Charlie Adelson, and her husband Harvey Adelson actually all work together at their family's dental practice. The defendant, Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there, and the defendant managed their accounts at the office. She was the details person. And this defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family. She was the matriarch and a domineering one at that. She ran the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. After Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendi Adelson. Wendi Adelson told police, and the police confirmed this, that she was at home having her TV fixed, at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed at the time of Dan Markel's murder. And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markel? Wendi Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markel dead and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markel than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendi Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markel had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendi Adelson, said to police, well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief. And when asked by law enforcement if anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendi admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked. Oh, that's a relief.
Thanks, Hope. You're in the draw. It's raining green today.
If anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendi admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And what do you know? The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendi Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder. An alibi, a TV repair appointment that was set up.
Because I've only listened, right? She's shaking like, no, this didn't happen.
Okay. We all know that later on, Judge is going to admonish her, right? That must be the head shaking. Ooh, I'm so excited.
By her
Donna,
parents,
the gaslighting.
Harvey Adelson and Wendi and Donna Adelson, the defendant.
She's a piece of fucking work, isn't she?
Looking into Dan Markel's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed to never, 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 never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami, and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, as Wendi said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene.
Fruit Loops.
When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside.
Poor and then Danny, just doing his normal day.
From Premier Gym back to Benton Hills. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. But police still had to figure out, okay, we got the car, but who was in this car? And why did that person kill Dan Markel? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence in this case. And when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task. And it took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear.
Typos are real.
Typos
are real, Cheryl.
They found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there. And it was a number with a Miami area code. And that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present at Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are. Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, so July 16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder until they were well southbound to Miami. I think around the Gainesville area, the phones turned back on. And then once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light-colored Prius at a bank drive-thru and caught both of the men in the Prius. So police figured out the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. But they continued to look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markel dead, but how do we get from these two random and hired killers to her? Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanois. She goes by Katie. The shooter and Magbanois have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share two kids in common. This is Garcia and Magbanois. And lo and behold, these two paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge when law enforcement sees that Catherine Magbanois is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son, the same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Catherine Magbanois was dating Charlie Adelson. So Dan Markel was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markel? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children. So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive, led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markel and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant through her son's girlfriend at the time. So 2 investigations, 1 conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was the 3rd way that the evidence in this case pointed to the defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and Magbanois all acquired some big-ticket items.
Oh, she's
Rivera
gorgeous.
and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Magbanois
all right, so
got
pause for a
breast
second, Miss What the Fuck?
surgery.
Can you see? Perfect. See the lady in the green, in the back in the gallery. She also to the reserved seats. I think they're reserved so that nobody can see Jackie Fulford's screen because giant screens. But the lady in the green up the back is a creator. Her channel is called Patty's Playhouse. I think she's a real estate person. But if you want to do any deep divey stuff on Charlie Adelson, so she's sitting behind Harvey. If you want to do any stuff, her channel, Patty's Playhouse, Pattis Playhouse, very good resource. Anyway, carry on.
And later received a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanois' bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car.
Same,
or the breast
Steph.
augmentation.
No shade. Oh, Harvey.
Bank records also showed that Magbanois' account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time of the murder. She deposited
the camera person, yes.
5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before the murder. And this was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. And also, about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Catherine Magbanois to the payroll at the Adelson family's dental practice, the one that she kept the accounts for, the defendant kept the accounts for. And the defendant started issuing her regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks, despite the fact that she did not work there at the time. Magbanois didn't work there. Law enforcement noticed that each one of the 44 checks that were written to Catherine Magbanois every 2 weeks over the course of the next 2 years after the murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson. So the money was talking, but what about the suspects? Law enforcement wanted to know what they were saying. In examining the phone records in this case, law enforcement noticed a distinct pattern of communication surrounding important events or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from this defendant to her son, Charlie Adelson, and then from her son, Charlie Adelson, to his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois,
Sorry for
and
the
then from
sighing.
his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, to the shooter, Garcia, and then back the other way, like train cars. They only seem to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them. The defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having McBanois act as the middleman? Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, though, it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years, since the murder. And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and McBanois are no longer dating. They've been broken up for over a year. Catherine McBanois at this point is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together. Charlie Adelson has moved on he's had many other girlfriends at that point since McBanois. And Charlie Adelson and McBanois, though, they are still friends. They remain close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication. By 2016,
Excellent.
even though they're not together
Thanks
anymore.
for being here.
Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge. And the defendant is happily
Wendi.
taking care of her grandkids all day, every day.
Hey, girl.
All the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy so they could see who the members of the conspiracy were. Their plan was to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera. He was the hitman who was incarcerated by April of 2016, to walk up to the defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me. It won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump. So this undercover agent posing as a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece of paper to Donna Adelson back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markel's murder. And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. He tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them or out of her on Rivera's behalf, to even things out, because he knows they're taking care of Katie. He never says Charlie Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper, because she knew exactly what it was about. Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next. Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail, or will she do something else entirely? And as suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, "Oh my God, it's so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us." But she never says any of that. In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was just delivered to her. She said that it involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about The defendant and Charlie Adelson continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5. The defendant tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson. She never says Magdanoa's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked his mom, my ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend? He's had a lot. He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew the TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder, where the TV was the alibi. And he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Catherine Magdanoa. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Catherine Magdanoa. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Catherine Magdanoa. And his call to Catherine Magdanoa is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years at that point. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail to the police.
Mm-mm.
We'll hear
So
the
very
calls.
sus.
And as you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're being very careful about the words they use because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork. And law enforcement could also be listening to their conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Catherine Magdanoa, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother, the defendant. And in person, she gives him the paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her and makes it Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, what does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Catherine Magdanoa. Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magdanoa meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording the conversation. So this is an image from that video recording the conversation. And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer, or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck? Or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markel? And that person could tell police what they know. Charlie Adelson reassures Catherine Magdanoa, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. They're just fishing for information. And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. It's important to note that at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene. Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public didn't know that yet.
Is a fly?
So that fact is interesting
gosh.
in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to Magdanoa. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time that was committed. So he's trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder. Charlie Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So he's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses, and trying to let her know that hey, as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about. And he begins educating Catherine McBanois about how blackmail works. He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's 2 ways of dealing with this guy. You know, we could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged, and then that blackmailer is going to start talking, and the police are going to be asking questions about what
Seriously,
happened.
lady.
The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is just a one-time thing, and we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police. Charlie Adelson gives McBanois very precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm just going to give you this money as charity. But don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give McBanois the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached his mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back for more money. We'll see him as an easy target. And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution might be to have the blackmailer killed and that he's willing to pay whatever it takes. He says, so help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I say.
Nasty.
And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, McBanois then asks Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of and reminds her she's on salary at the parents' dental practice. After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting McBanois to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, they say goodbye. He gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI. And then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine and he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening. McBanois then, also using code words, calls Garcia, and she tasks him with calling the number on the paperwork and finding the identity of the blackmailer. And in the series of recorded calls that y'all are going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice, false leads, listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words, but they're used in context that if you're listening to the conversation don't make sense. So after that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. Luis Rivera, who was the second person in that Prius, cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it. He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that McBanois was able to get for them. And it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to McBanois, where Garcia told her that the job was done, and McBanois assured them they would get their money the next day, which they did. That McBanois brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home. And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from McBanois the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $1,000 bills that were then stapled together. And after each stack was stapled together of 1,000. And after learning this from Rivera, McBanois was arrested, and that was in October of 2016. During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because their family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. Like if you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept the cash that they received in stacks, and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together, just like the money
Harvey.
Rivera received. And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests of Garcia and Rivera in May, and then of Magbanua in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continue, though, to gather evidence. They continue to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022, Catherine Magbanua's case went to trial, and she was convicted. During Magbanua's trial, Catherine Magbanua took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitman directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Catherine Magbanua. That Catherine Magbanua was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of this set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely. However, after being convicted at trial and sentenced, Magbanua finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markel, and admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family and the killers hired to kill Dan Markel. Magbanua testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her ex-husband. Magbanua said Charlie painted a picture that Wendy's ex was this terrible man causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. Magbanua agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markel. She says that the night of the murder, she went to Charlie Adelson's house to pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there. Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. Magbanua then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, and the next morning, on July 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. Magbanua says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet. She then delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera afterwards. When Catherine Magbanua said that when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant had literally washed the money so it couldn't be traced. In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie Adelson took the stand, and he testified that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it. They were the innocent ones. He crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markel without his knowledge or his family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with Magbanua to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to y'all in this trial, Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted.
What's
Charlie
that
Adelson
woman
was
doing?
convicted in November of 2023.
I wasn't looking.
And within
Taking gum out?
hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not be extradited from in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markel's murder. The defendant on her phone researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States, and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam. She was overheard planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the U.S., as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport, where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam. And she was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markel.
Harvey's reliving that moment, giving his wife one last kiss. Shit.
Law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial. They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, veneers, prescription drugs, if they were willing to
Terrible
testify
veneers.
that Catherine McBanois told them a completely different story about the crime than the one that she would be testifying to. One informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination and trial that Donna Adelson herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted this informant to memorize and come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you here in trial. Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear in this trial. I know it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case. But when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
Briefly report.
Now, we have, you might have missed it. I wrote a little ditty called "Oh Shit, Donna," and then the fucking legend, Ms. What the Fuck, said, "Sure, I can easily make a video to go with that." Anyway, shall we? Wait, we're going to play it quickly before we head into Jackie Fulford's opening statements. And before we head there, after the song, we are going to spill a little bit of tea because yikes. But first,
now some music. The supreme leader decrees it.
get me off there. What am I doing with my life?
Oh shit, Donna, you're screwed. Suck it, Donna. Screw you. You're next. Wendi, suck it, Donna. Why me? Donna, you're screwed. Suck it, Donna. Screw you. You're next. Wendi, suck it, Donna. Why me?
Hi, we're back. Hi, Veronica. Good to see you. Oh, Ms. What the Fuck? I love your baby Jackie. Yikes.
Don't say I don't
Hey,
do like stuff during these streams. I'm always doing
You
something.
do stuff. Zach. Hi, Zach. You're an idiot, Zach. Good to see you. Now, what did you just I just read the thing. I had heard whispers of this, but it took for you to find this little article or two to refresh my memory. What do you got, Ms.? What the fuck?
Okay, well, so what had happened was I wanted to find a picture of Jackie, but first I couldn't remember what her name was because I just couldn't. And so I searched her up, and then I found one article. So it started with one thing. And so this is a good, example, or this is a good starting point. This article on Donna having a former judge, which confirms that this former judge is her defense attorney. So I scrolled through. So sorry for the scrolling. So her new attorney is Jackie Fulford, right? And Fulford served as a chief assistant state attorney from 98 to 2009, when she was then appointed to fill a vacancy created by a resignation of Circuit Judge Janet Ferris. Talks about her being awesome and stuff. Well, in 2010, she was elected without opposition, and then in 2015, the Florida Supreme Court ordered her involuntary retirement because of a physical disability. I'm like, huh.
I saw the disability. That interested me when she kind of hobbled up to the podium, the lectern.
But at the time, she was facing judicial charges over alleged misconduct during her time on the bench in Wakulla County. Right? So I clicked all the links. And so the first one I clicked on was the fact that, well, wait, she was ordered to retire? So being ordered to retire means a lot. I mean, you don't just get ordered to retire. But so I clicked on that. And so first of all, that took me to an article from 2015 saying that, her time has ended, that, she has a disability. It doesn't say what the disability is. I'd be curious to see what that is, but it says Fulford was being investigated by the JQC on charges of improprieties while she served on the bench in Wakulla County. So it also talks about that. So there's a link. Judge Jackie Fulford faces misconduct charges. I'm like, what are the charges? And I'm guessing they just go away when she retires, it seems.
Oh, can I just pause you for a moment there? Isn't this interesting? We just, at the start of the show, we went through the article where glorious Judge Stephen Everett was awarded Jurist of the Year in 2023, so best judge in Florida, and this this is also a
Yeah. So this article, which is from earlier in 2015, so this would have happened, right? But this would have happened, and then she was forced to retire. Says Circuit Judge Jackie Fulford. For some reason, when I say it out loud, it doesn't feel like I'm saying it right, but
it doesn't type right either. I don't, like when I was typing, I'm like, I checked it about 5 times going, wait.
Feels wrong, but okay. Is facing charges brought by the state's Judicial Qualifications Commission over alleged improprieties while serving on the bench in Wakulla County. The 5-page notice of formal charges filed with the Florida Supreme Court Tuesday cited several instances of alleged inappropriate conduct in 2012 and 2013, including publicly opposing a candidate for elected office, using her position to influence attorneys, and helping the son of her significant other in a domestic battery case. Your actions constitute a pattern of misconduct which raises serious questions regarding your fitness to perform the duties of the office you now hold, said the filings by the JQC, a 15-member independent agency that investigates alleged misconduct by state judges. Yeah. For real. So it talks a bit about the process of how she would have to, respond and stuff, and how her seat's up for re-election in 2016. Obviously, none of that mattered. When asked for a comment, asking her representative for a comment, Judge Fulford respects the JQC process and will respond in that forum according to its rules and procedures. I'm guessing that she didn't, considering she was forced to retire.
Well, maybe they strongly suggested rather than be fired, right?
That's what I'm guessing is happened here. And so some of the things that she did, it looks like, here we go. So regarding the endorsing or opposing a candidate for office, It says that in the run-ups to the county's contentious 2012 sheriff's election, the filing said a bailiff assigned to her courtroom indicated he did not support Harvey. That's kind of funny. That was the longtime county sheriff, David Harvey, who is a friend of hers. So her courtroom bailiff said that he wasn't supporting him, and Fulford allegedly told the bailiff, "Anyone who votes for Charlie Creel will not work for me," who was the contender apparently. Within days, Harvey fired the bailiff from his position at the courthouse, and he was relieved of all other duties at the sheriff's office. Oof. And then for a month, Fulford also kept in her office a life-size cutout of Harvey that was visible to anyone who entered her chambers and at times could be seen by people seated in the courtroom. Oh my God.
Wow. Wait. That took a minute to register. Wait, what? Can you read that last sentence again?
For several months, Fulford also kept in her office a life-sized cutout of Harvey that was visible to anyone who entered her chambers and at times could be seen by people seated in the courtroom.
Yikes. Yikes. What the fuck, yikes.
Yeah, and so it looks like people, in addition, they said that she asked a defense attorney who had a pending motion before her to represent another client without charge. The attorney said he feared if he didn't do as the judge asked, it might result in an unfavorable ruling on the motion for his client, who faced up to 15 years in prison. Saying that was inappropriate. You can see she used her influence, friendships, and position to interject herself into the criminal prosecution of Trey Young, the son of Fulford's significant other with whom she lives. And that was after.
So let's just be honest. This is the perfect little coupling for Donna Adelson, which is a lifetime of using her power and financial resources, presumed power, to influence people. Wow.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. So this person, Young, who was arrested on misdemeanor domestic battery charges, she contacted the prosecutor, who was her subordinate just prior to her becoming a judge. She helped the defense attorney obtain a deferred prosecution agreement. She visited him in jail after or during non-visiting hours. Met with him in a private office, sent numerous texts to jail staff seeking a psychological evaluation. Met him from when he was released from jail and escorted him to the courthouse to a meeting with his pretrial officer. I mean,
that's crazy.
Insane. So anyways, that's the tea.
That's the tea. So we will use that now terribly biased lens to further question everything that Jackie does moving forward in this trial, starting off with her opening statements.
Yeah. Oh, man. Okay.
Let's do it. Thank you so much for finding that out and sharing it with us in your quest to simply make a baby Jackie avatar.
I just wanted to make a baby AI, a baby Jackie.
We're all about investigative journalism here. It's all about... Okay, so wait, so now, sorry, like no shade on disability, like don't get me wrong, but it's hard not to think of her as a bit of a clown now, right? Not the...
Absolutely. No, because we don't know if she actually is disabled or not. I mean, it looks like they forced her, right? Like,
I feel like she needs a pink pimp cane, Ms. What the Fuck.
To rival my pink cane.
Yes. All right, Jackie, show us what you got. Not much, it seems.
Good morning. My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs. Adelson, and I don't think you've heard my voice yet.
We have
I'm
now.
going to try and talk slow because if I don't, the court reporter is going to scream at me. I just
She's
wanna
a
start by
tough
saying
Florida
this.
broader.
Remember, during the course of the proceedings, that the state always gets to go first, but the defense has a right to be heard too. So please keep an open mind until you hear from us as well. You just sat through an opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool.
friend.
I'm old-fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but for an
She
hour,
haven't
you
even heard of
about
Skype.
this killing. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And you heard an awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Danny Markel. And you heard an awful lot about what other people did in this case. But not a single piece of evidence was discussed that shows that Donna Adelson planned this, hired anybody to do this, or intended that this happen. And I just want you to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that. Not motive, actual evidence that those things happened. We're going to have a long trial. And I know you all are kind of prepared for that, at least in your minds. You know what's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails. But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here. Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because two men killed Danny Markel. Don't forget Danny. He was an amazing professor. He was very well educated. He had 2 degrees, I think, from Harvard, one of them from law school there. He was a professor. He had students. He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues. He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak. Very, very intelligent man. And I can't say I know because I never met him. I wish I had. But I know he had to be proud of all that he had achieved. It was his career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn was for somebody to do this to him. You're going to hear that Wendi Adelson, the daughter of my client, was married to Danny.
Hi, P.
And
Good
I'm
to
not
see
trying
you.
When I say that, I respect Mr. Markel, Dr. Markel, but because so many people in the
Veronica.
trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay. But I
Wow.
don't mean any
Poor
disrespect by doing-
Mr.
disrespect
Markel.
by
Poor
doing that.
Phil.
More important to Danny Markel than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children when this happened to him, a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. When the divorce first happened, when Wendi moved out, he did not want the divorce. That was in 2012. And they squabbled during the divorce. They did. Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens in divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not everybody does. And a lot of things were said. But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's when Danny
Zach. Good
and in
one.
2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation, the opportunity, even discussion about it ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be. Danny advocated for not only himself, but he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life. He wanted as much time as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendi and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but it was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry. He continuously, from the time Wendi moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. you guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTime, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids, so that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen. So Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be most of the time after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down. They're not in their little running around state. And he would read bedtime stories to them. And he didn't have his little kids. He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen. These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6, or 7 or 8, but up into their teens. They lost the opportunity because someone took it from them to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences. All of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs.
Skyping?
Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children. You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Some foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things. I'm going to talk to you now about my client, Donna.
Oh, God.
Adelson.
Oh, shit, Donna.
She is a normal person, just like all of us. At the time of this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago.
And Harvey has
She got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told.
Gosh.
She went to the business owned by her son. Every morning, they got up and they went to work. She did the books. She kept the books. She greeted patients. She got charts out at 7:30 every morning. She was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody can know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us. She's a normal person.
Wow. Okay, Jen.
People who
Correct.
know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be. She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself. Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute. The state is
Good
going to
Lord,
be able
Zach.
to prove to you some of the things they were talking about. Can everybody see it okay?
Tony. Right?
No.
Phew. Oh, good. We've got the chalk. We've got the
Thank you.
blue paint exercise. Fantastic. Excellent. I love
So
this.
the state told you
So
that he got up
profesh.
every day, just like he normally did, on July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that day. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours. But in my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th, and he was just able to survive long enough into the next day. So on that date,
She needs Ms. What
July
the fuck
18th
to
of
make a
2014,
presentation.
these two men, Sgt Garcia and Luis Rivera, followed Danny all over town. Started at his house, followed him to the
Yikes.
school where the little children were going to school,
Yikes.
preschool where he dropped them off. Watched him drop those kids off. Followed him to the gym.
Is it?
Waited outside the gym for him.
I don't
Followed
understand.
him to his house.
What are we
Pulled
doing?
up in the driveway.
Yeah.
Mr. Markel is talking on the telephone to someone.
Ma'am.
And he
George's
notices
face. Pause, Miss What the fuck.
someone's
Pause
coming
it
into his
there.
driveway.
Look at George's face. She's got that look of, wait, What? She's got the 100-yard stare going, what? And also she's like, my hair's so much thicker in bed than yours, Fulford, so you can suck my dick and swallow. Sorry. By the way, obviously, anytime, same with when we were covering the Sade Robinson case, the joking is to lighten the load. It's not to make light of this tragedy, that the ripple effect. And 11 years later, still no full justice, not yet, for Danny. We can call him Danny, Professor Dan Markel. So, yeah, thanks, Miss What the Fuck. George is like, this fucking woman. She's a piece of shit ex-judge. Well, Georgia knows all of this stuff about how does Georgia respect this woman? Oh, wow, the layers. Yeah,
Way.
yes.
And while
Jody,
he's talking on the phone and says something about needing to see who this is, he turns and looks in the direction. And this man, Alfredo Garcia, is holding a revolver. And he points it at him.
George is a lefty?
And you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up. He saw this man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been when this man shot him, not one time, but twice. One of the shots is almost right between the eyes. He was brutally murdered by this man. This man, Luis Rivera, who you've heard them mention in the state's opening, traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the state's going to show it to you. This is the Prius that they were traveling in. This is a surveillance photo that the investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man supplied the gun and drove the car following Danny, drove it up into the driveway less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markel, whose engine is still running, and he's on the phone, and he waits while this man kills him. He hears the shots. This guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The state can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But they're not on trial here, right? You heard they've already been on trial. Then you're going to hear, as the state said, that they can prove that, everybody can see okay? They can prove that Katie Magbanawala, her name's Catherine, some people call her Katie, they can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along on this trip to kill Danny. They can prove that she arranged these guys to do it, and that she's the one who paid them the money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all of $100 bills, stacked with $1,000, stapled together. And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money. He kept it and saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th, and on July the 19th, Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son, gave approximately between $130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her, not Miss Adelson.
Oh, Charlie, meatballs.
And how that he paid her to get them to kill Danny Markel. That's what they can prove. And they've done it. 1, 2, 3.
Pause. Look at Sarah. Pause for a second, please, Miss What the Fuck. Wait. So but Charlie's still going through appellate court, right? He's still got appeals. He's like, good luck with that. But his own mother, her defense is to say, yeah, like he totally did this. Yikes. She's fucking her son over so hard. Wow. I mean, he wasn't the favorite. Wendi was. Oh, the strategy. Wait, what? Families stick together. What do you got, Miss What the Fuck? Oh, that's the picture of the board.
Yeah, I was trying to find a good picture, somebody that was able to capture the picture. This is the best one I've found so far.
best with air quotes. Yikes. Look at the, like, it's like, I think this is the Judd Welcher school of PowerPoint presentations, but from a proper boomer, because she can't do PowerPoint or Skype. Goodness,
Right.
I honestly was looking so closely when I actually looked at the screen and to see whether those stuck-on bits might have been curling up a little bit because they didn't use enough glue
Oh my
on the
gosh,
poster board.
it's so bad. Like, uh, so I'm sorry, I'm just laughing a little bit because it's like, this is the money.
Right?
This is the amount of money. I think that's what it is. I think that's also money. That's just dollar signs.
You know what? They're like this same as Judd Welcher and Aperture. They're like, thanks for all the huge money for the defense, and here's what we're going to give you: the most Timu of Timu resources. Oh, yes, Britt Ketchell, old school glue sticks. That's what I was.
Yes.
It's not even. It's even weird that it goes right to left with the arrows, because the English brain, at least, you know, the way we read, maybe not like Mandarin, you know, different languages, but ours is left to right, so it doesn't even work visually because it. I know that the victim, Professor Markel, Danny, is there on the left, but then the arrow, it doesn't just. It's so bad.
It's terrible.
They haven't even got borders around the pictures. It's like they just printed things off and got their scissors out, their craft scissors. And Candy says Dollar Tree presentation.
Yes.
Yeah. Simi says maybe she speaks Farsi.
It's so bad.
I mean, a demonstrative is always good, but when you're following Sarah Dugan with her, you know, with the state's slick, streamlined, beautifully visually balanced presentation. This Juju says this bitch was probably so proud of herself last night as she finished her poster board project.
Right? Oh my god. I could be so impressed.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
At least 700 llama, at least. I reckon it's probably $1,000 right there. It's billable hours. That would have taken so many blocks of 10 or 15 minute billable hours than to do a quick PowerPoint presentation slide.
For context, that thing I made for our thing last week, that took me like an hour. Like,
right. Okay, so I owe you some money. Fuck.
No, you don't owe me shit. But I'm saying, like, imagine how long it would have taken to sit there and like cut out and like snip and whatever, and then glue it together and all that crap.
Would have had to go to the craft store or whatever, like office work, whatever you guys have, to get all the supplies, to get the poster board, choose the color. 10 not 0 stars.
Oh my gosh, it's too good. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. That's great. Yikes. Yeah, I do that all the time, man.
I learned from you.
This case
from the
really
best.
A lot about theory and motive and not evidence. The state has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world that Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told this story, and it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these
Sarah's
specials.
like,
lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous. What happened? It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is, without any evidence, only motive and theory, they put her at the top of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's the matriarch mastermind behind Danny being killed. And they don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous. It's outrageous that he got killed, but it's also outrageous that we're sitting here with a jury. And you're going to hear a lot of theory, a lot of motive, and a lot of what the evidence.
Pause, please, Miss What the Fuck, for 1 second. I'm just going to say.
Evidence is what the evidence is.
Sorry.
And I ask.
In my brain, because I listen to so much llama and not llama in chat now on the replay. Every time something happens that I'm like, because llama does it all the time. I'm like, and I was over getting cheese and I went, I'm like, not at the microphone. Okay, carry on.
You to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you, all of it. Don't for 1 second, I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they actually have as evidence that Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned Danny Markel's murder, that she engaged these men to kill him, and that she gave the money to her son to give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board, $3,000 a month. Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and he instructed his mother, for reasons you're going to learn in the trial, out of his business account to put her on payroll. She worked for him and she paid that money. It's this man's money, not Donna Adelson. At the end of listening to all of the evidence, we're going to have an opportunity to make closing arguments. And the judge is then going to give you, well, he's going to give it before, he's going to give you all of the instructions on what it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy? Not one of the elements, all of the elements, proven by evidence, not theory, not motive.
Evidence
for
man.
Each count, then solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it. She got people to do it. She intended that he die.
Correct.
This
Rachel,
woman
so much evidence.
wanted to take away the father of her
Yes, she did.
grandchildren for
She
the rest of
hated
their life because of relocation
him.
that happened a year ago and was done and over. And at the end of the case, because there's not going to be evidence that she did this, keep an open mind.
There's so much
Listen to all of
evidence.
it. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count. Thank you.
And the jury's going to come back in about 2.3 hours tops. I'm going to give it with lunch 2 hours. Stick a pin in it. 2 hours. We'll call it 2.5 hours. Charlie's jury was 3.5 hours with lunch. 2.5 hours with lunch. That's it. That's what I claim. Ms. What the fuck? Hi. She
Oh,
says,
hi.
I'm not talking to you. Hi.
Sorry, I was here. I swear. I was
You're
getting
doing- you're
the
doing-
next one.
Yes, pulling stuff up. Steph says, how fucking embarrassing to be known as the dumb bitch who literally laundered her money. Yeah. But the funny, that's not even, there's so many things. This family, man. Wow. But yeah, that probably is the penultimate. Yikes. So, we've got a witness. Yes?
Yes. So next
Is it the glorious James Geiger?
it is. It's our favorite. The unflappable, the unchanging, the ever present James Geiger has joined in. And he is very quick.
He is very quick. He's also getting, obviously, because this is what happens with time, but he's looking much older than he was at Charlie's trial just a couple of years ago.
I was honestly thinking about that too, and I'm a little bit worried. Honestly, just watching him, I'm like, ooh, shit. We still got at least one more to go. I really hope it's okay.
Yeah, it's happening. It's coming.
Yeah.
So they're following the same format so far, basically, with Charlie's trial in terms of witness ordering. Yes.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Sorry, I'm just gonna play through the
No,
junk
okay.
flow. We talked,
He's
but
just lost a fair bit of weight. That's all it looks like. But maybe it's just the aging face.
yeah, and so they basically seem to be following exactly the same order. it's just going to be interesting to see when Wendi versus Charlie kind of come in. So
Yes, yes.
James Geiger, Geiger.
Sir, where do you live?
I live at 2122
How long have you lived at that residence?
It's getting pretty close to 50 years now. I think 48 or 49.
All right. I want to take you back to July 18th of 2024. Now I've got a mat on me. Do you recall something unusual that happened that day? I'm sorry, I said 2024. 2014, sir. You know what case we're here about. Do you remember what happened on that date?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could you please tell our jurors how something unusual first got your attention?
It was a Friday morning, about 10:30. My wife and I were sitting in our living room, looking out towards Trescott Drive, out to the street. And as we were sitting there, we were doing something with our iPads, and we heard a noise, a popping, loud sound, bang sound. And we immediately got up and walked to the front. We have a big picture window. Walked up to see if we could determine what had happened and where it had come from. We weren't sure it was to the right or to the left. And,
all right, let me pause you right there and show you a couple photographs that I have. It's marked as states 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes,
sir?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of your residence at that time, as well as the view from the window you've described?
Yes, it's true.
Judge, this time I asked it at 1 through 3 and publish.
Oh, that suit, Sarah.
If you could publish states 1, please. All right, sir. So if you could just explain, that pointer, please, what we're looking at in this photo, and I've got a pointer here that's even assistant to you. Push the middle button, you get to read that. You don't have to use it. Oh, if you are going to use it, though, use it on the dictionary, please. So. All right, so just describe what we're looking at in this photo, states 1.
This is taken from Trescott Drive. The house on the right is my house, and the house on the left was Danny's house.
Okay, and the bay window that you've described, is that what is pictured? The portion of the photo right here? Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Publish states 2, please. Sir, is this the view from that window?
Yes,
All
this
right.
is what I saw as I looked out.
Okay, and the driveway that we can see there on the right side of the window, is that Dan Markel's driveway?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you've described that something got your attention. Can we have states 3, please?
Well, as I mentioned, I wasn't sure where the noise had come from, and I looked to the left and to the right. And as I looked to the right, there was a car that was rapidly backing out of the driveway and immediately headed down in that direction towards Benton Road. It caught my attention because it seemed to be going so fast. And I noticed what it looked like, and that caught my attention, although quite frankly, it was out of the corner of my eye. It appeared to be a Prius, a light-colored Prius, maybe silver or white.
Okay, so something got your attention. What was that?
Well, that was what got my attention. And then
Was the vehicle itself?
Excuse me?
Was the vehicle itself, or some noise preceded you seeing the vehicle?
Well, initially we had heard.
She's
this
got a
loud
different
noise,
suit
but,
on this time.
we weren't exactly sure it was. It could have
Candy?
been a gunshot. We weren't sure. And then when I saw the car back out, that prompted me then to walk next door. There had been in the neighborhood a few break-ins, burglaries, and my first thought was that somebody was trying to break into the Markel house. And so I went out the front door and walked across over to Danny's house to see if anything had been damaged, maybe tried to be broken into the garage or something.
Yes, sir. When you looked out, you said you saw the car back out and then exit toward Benton Road. Would that be going this direction, to the right of the photograph, or toward the left of the photograph?
It would be towards the right.
So out this way. And you said you walked over there just to sort of look around, make sure everything was okay. What did you see?
As I approached his garage, I noticed that the garage door was open. His car was inside, and the motor was running. And so I thought then, well, I guess so much for a burglary. I don't think that's happened if Danny's there. So I turned around and walked back to my house.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, I can't tell you why, but I just stood at my front window and looked out and waited for a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4, up to 5. And for some reason, it just didn't quite seem right. Danny hadn't backed out. And I thought by this time he should have backed out of his driveway, and he didn't. And so I said to my wife, I think something just seems wrong. I'm going to walk back over. And so I did that.
All right. And what did you see when you got over there?
Excuse me?
What did you see when you got over there the second time?
Well, when I went back the second time, I noticed that the garage door was still up, the car was still running, and This time I thought, maybe I better walk on into the garage. He's probably in the driver's seat. He's probably on his cell phone talking, but I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
so I walked into the actual driveway then, and I saw that the window, the driver's side window, had been shattered, and I stepped on glass at that same time. As I looked inside, I saw a bloody head, and the head was slowly moving back and forth, rolling back and forth, left to right. And I hollered immediately, "Danny, what happened?" And I didn't get any response other than the head rolling. And so I hollered again, Danny, what's happened?" Still nothing. And at that point, I knew that I had to get the emergency medical team there as quickly as I could. I reached into my pocket to pull out my cell phone, which is where I normally keep it. And it wasn't there. And I thought, gee, I've left it back on the couch at the house. So I quickly dashed back to the house, got the phone, and called 911.
How many minutes do you estimate elapsed between the time you saw the Prius backing out, or really I should say the time you heard the loud bang, to the time that you were able to reach 911?
Less than 10 minutes, more than 5 minutes, somewhere in there, I would say.
Such a good witness.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as
So
State's
terrible.
Exhibit 4. And then I also have 6 and 7. This is number 4. I'm going to draw your attention to some initials on number 4.
Did he testify that he and his wife were
Mhm.
on their iPads next to each other
Yes,
in
I
the
did.
living room?
Judge, at this
I
time,
wasn't
I'd ask to
listening.
move into evidence
Don't think
6
so.
and 7.
I don't think he mentioned that they were together like that, but I mean,
It's previous testimony. Yeah.
I feel like we just know the story so well about them that we just put it in our heads.
Yes, that looks correct.
Imagine, pause for a sec, sorry. Imagine how tricky it must be for Judge Everett to remain impartial, having presided over. Wait, did he do Katie's second trial, or did he start with Charlie? I can't
He
recall.
did the second one because the other judge had passed away by then.
Yes, he was lovely too. I've got a short with him.
Yes.
So yes, okay. So Judge Everett, must be hard for him to, stay professional. Anyway, yes, carry on.
Well, none of that. I just got to say, I mean, what about Georgia? Just trying to remember, like, what has been, like, what did you put in already in this trial versus the last trial versus, like, what order did you put what? Just, like, that's going to be so tough as a lawyer that has been involved in every single trial. Because she has, right? Like, she's been in every
Yes, she
one.
has. Yep, yeah, everyone. I think, I feel like, and don't get me wrong, love Karen Reed's defense team, but I do feel like so far, after just one day of witness testimony, Georgia seems to have a better handle on that delineation. However, Karen Reed's trial was what, four times as long as this. So that's a lot more of a volume of things to remember and intricacies. This is intricate, but it's okay. Yeah.
The doors to the vehicle are open in this photograph. Were they open or closed when you went over?
No, they were all closed.
Okay, closed. And the
Oh, look, they
only
used
window
crime
that
scene
was
tape
damaged was
too.
at the driver's side window.
That's the only one I saw. That's
The
if there
novel
were some
tool.
others. I didn't look at any other windows. I just simply saw the driver's side that was completely shattered.
All right, yes, sir. And State's Exhibit 4, is this consistent with the type of vehicle that you observed in the driveway backing out that day?
Yes, it was, although I didn't quite see that angle.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 4.
Objection, State's 4. Admitted at this time.
All right, you described it as a light-colored Prius. You weren't exactly sure of the color, maybe white, maybe silver, right?
Yeah, silver came to mind first, I guess, but certainly a light-colored vehicle.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 5. Recognize State's 5?
Yes,
Is that Mr. Markel?
yes, it is.
May I introduce State's 5?
Objection. State's 5 is admitted.
Publishing State's 5. What did you know about Mr. Markel?
Well, this occurred in 2014, and Danny and Wendi were newlyweds and had moved in about 5 years earlier than that. They moved next door. We were not particularly close to either one. We would see them occasionally out on the street. The memorable thing, and the other neighbors would tell you, is that when they first moved in, they had a housewarming event and they invited all the neighbors in, and we attended it. That was our first time to see them and visit them. They seemed like a nice young couple, and But after that, we weren't particularly close.
Did they have a couple little children living there?
Well, when they first moved there, they didn't. But after a year or two, they had a first child, and then later a second child.
All right. And at the time that Mr. Markel was shot, had his wife, Wendi, moved out? Had they separated?
Yeah, we had understood that they were going through a divorce, and Wendi had left. And after that,
Didn't she what? Yikes.
Danny, and I don't think we ever saw the kids either. But
Pause. Sorry,
Are you
Ms.
familiar
What the
with Mr.
fuck?
Markel's profession?
Sidebar. When Wendi left Dan, he was away in, I want to say New York for a work, I think he was at, not a conference. I think he was presenting something under his, role of being a law professor. Anyway, whatever details. But she sort of, I think she maybe mentioned a little bit that she wanted to separate or have a divorce from Dan. But while he was gone for a few days, she, excuse me, took most of the boys, their children's things, most of her things, and left a note on his bed. What? Saying, I'm leaving you. On their bed. What a fucking... See you next Tuesday.
I was waiting to hear what you were going to say.
I'm trying to be professional. It's rough.
Do I have to be?
No.
Okay, I'll say cunt.
yes, I knew that he was an attorney. Both
Like
of them
mother,
were,
like
and
daughter,
They were
huh?
connected with the FSU Law School, I believe, but I didn't know their exact positions there.
Yes, sir. Publish 4 again, please. Are you able to tell the jurors anything about the occupants of this vehicle on that day?
No, I only saw it just briefly, and I didn't notice what kind of car it was. I couldn't tell you who was inside. The one was the dark as far as I could see. I don't even know if it was 2-door or 4-door. I just didn't see anything like that.
During the time that you were present at the scene of the shooting, did Mr. Markel ever regain consciousness or
Yay,
ever say
Candy.
anything that you heard?
No, I never heard him say anything. The only notion was that his head kept rolling back and forth during the 911 call, which it took forever to try to get the emergency vehicle there, the emergency medical team. They would occasionally ask if he was still breathing. And I would walk back up into the garage and his head was moving still. And I said, well, his head's moving. So I assume he's still breathing.
Yes, sir. Have you had an opportunity to review that recorded call that you made to 911 that day?
Yes, I have.
All right. And was it a fair and accurate recording of that call?
Yes.
All right.
So
Judge,
much
this time I'd ask
Florida
for
in
any
that
evidence
courtroom.
of
Look at all that blonde hair. Look at that lady behind there, Georgia, with a mad
May I publish?
flip. Woo! Styling. All the blondies in Florida.
My house, which is 2122 Prescott Drive. Can you repeat that for verification? 2122 Prescott Drive. Okay, phone number you're calling from? I'm calling from 8502.
Timmy,
Okay,
your puppy.
We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up. And I thought the gentleman was backing out. I went back to my house, but he never backed out. I came back over, and his driver's side window was shattered, and he's shattered, he can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him, or if he shot himself, or what, I don't know. And it was at this location, correct? No, next door. I'll give you mine. I don't know if his address is next door. He didn't send an ambulance in a hurry. He didn't. He's still alive. He's moving. Okay. What's going on with it? I don't know. The driver's side window fell back in. He's inside the car frame, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 211 21.
All right. That's the first few minutes of a 14-minute call. Is that how long it took them to get somebody to you?
Seemed to me a lot longer.
Seemed like 14 hours, didn't it?
Long time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Geiger. Mr. Geiger, you may step down, sir.
That's Phil Markel. Now, y'all were asking about Wendi and what she might be wearing. So, Ms. What the fuck, I think you've got that ready to show again. So this was Wendi holding hands with somebody in the corridor of the courthouse outside the courtroom today. So let me see. Her hair, I mean, she brought the straightener, getting a little frizz. and different suit, different shoes. The first few times she wore her little scuffed ballet flats, like I'm just a poor mom who can't even afford decent court shoes. Yeah.
There's also this,
Huh.
which you can't really see her very well, but she's like back here. This is
Yeah, yeah.
after, like at the end of court when she didn't get called in with her posse, I guess. So,
And that's a fancy fiction photo, right? They both are.
Yep.
Fancy's been putting see that little tiny watermark or a logo stamp there. Fancy Fiction is another fantastic person to follow on Twitter and YouTube. She's been following this case for years also. So the Pretty Lies and Alibis, Gigi is another person. Yeah. So yeah, there's heaps of resources. There's another guy that's in the courtroom. On you, I think he's with the Tallahassee Democrat. His name's James, I think. But yes, there's plenty of resources out there. So let's move on to the next witness. We've got Sgt David Sims, and there's our lovely Judge Everett. Love him so much. So someone asked before how old, I think it was Brooklyn, how old is the judge? He was 38 in 2019. So whatever that makes him, 45 now, 40 something, maths.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, S-I-M-S.
How are you? Go ahead.
Retired sergeant from Tallahassee Police Department.
How long were you with Tallahassee Police Department?
28 years.
Okay. And were you employed with them back in 2014?
Yes.
Did you respond to a scene in response to a 911 call 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
Yes, I did.
Is that location in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
Pause, please,
And
Ms. What the fuck?
do you know what time you
Here,
dispatched the call?
Charlie has been transported from one of the Dakota's prison to Leon County Jail. I guarantee he will testify. And I think, from what I understand, I sent you that we have a tweet that Charlie is doubling down on his. We were blackmailed by the killers. In retrospect, so they killed Charlie's theory. Charlie's defense, lol, was that they the hitmen killed, and Katie killed Professor Markel unbeknownst to the Adelsons, lol, and that they then went and said, you need to pay us money or we'll kill you too, which is stupid. But that's the purported defense. Sorry, that's what he's supposedly going to testify to. However, that was before Jackie Fulford said, yeah, Charlie totally did it. So maybe he might change his tune, but he's there. Yeah, he's ready. We had picked images of him at the airport with his shackles, checking in. Candy, you must watch Charlie's trial. It's so good. The trial channel has it all defluffed, time-stamped, yada, yada, yada. Sorry, that's all the good things that your trial channel does. They're in a playlist in chronological order.
and the trial channel is actively doing today's stuff right now. So like, as we watch each of these, because we're watching the trial channels right now, as we watch each of these, like she's uploading new ones. And who knows, we might
her logo accidentally. Yes.
Oh yeah. We might get to the end of the day with her.
Yeah, we may. So also tomorrow night, I'll say it again, Candy and everyone, chat, hi. So Saturday night in Camp Shorty, the last stream we'll be doing is starting in YouTube as always, and then heading over to Kick to watch all of my Adelson Shorty shorts, my YouTube shorts. There's 86 or 87 of them. So that's a fun little recap on some of the most clippable moments from not only Charlie's trial, but a few from Sigfredo Garcia's and Katie's, and also then Katie's solo standalone retrial. So yeah. Yes, there it is. Simi said Murder Church is also doing Charlie's trial, but you can binge it all in one go if you want on the trial channel. There's no number of times that is too many to watch Charlie's trial. The limit does not exist. So,
And if you're
all right.
really into it, you should definitely go back and watch both of Katie's trials and watch what's his face? Sigfredo Garcia.
And we're actually, depending on if we get through everything tonight, we Camp Shorty are probably going to pivot, given that there was only one day of testimony where it might have ended up being 3. We might actually tomorrow night watch Wendy's testimony from both of Katie's trials. I think I've already done a Wendi one from Charlie's trials, but in readiness for Wendi coming on the stand Monday, I would have thought so. So that's what's probably going to be on tomorrow night. Okay.
I was not dispatched. I was actually at the station working on paperwork, and I heard the call go out. I just responded.
Okay. And were you the first or?
First on scene.
You were first on scene.
Yes.
And did you make contact with Mr. Geiger, the neighbor?
Yes, I did.
And did Mr. Geiger indicate something going on in the garage next door to his residence?
Yeah, he said his neighbor. He thinks it was his neighbor in there, and he heard a loud noise, and there was broken glass in his car.
Published states 7, please. It's in, right? Yeah. Has the vehicle been moved from the position it was in when you first arrived?
No.
Okay, other than the doors being open, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you got there, was the vehicle running?
Yes, it was.
All right. What did you do when you first arrived and observed the vehicle?
I walked up to the driver's side window. Mr. Geiger had told me that the homeowner's name was Daniel, and I saw someone in the car, and I spoke his name, said Daniel. There was no response, and I got a little closer and found that the driver's side window was broken kind of at an angle. Some of the glass was in, some had come out, but there was also a small rounded spot in that glass that was still in there. I said, Daniel, again, no response. He was slumped over and kind of gasping for air, and it was just a sucking sound. I noticed that he had a set of eyeglasses. Half of a set of eyeglasses was laying in his lap. He had a cell phone in his left hand. He had a business card in his right hand. I walked around to the other side of the car. First, I reached in and unlocked the door, and I went around to the other side, and I opened the door and reached in and shut off the car, so the car wasn't still running. And then I noticed the other half of the eyeglasses laying on the floorboard of the car.
Let me pause you there and approach and show you what I marked as state statement 10.
Yes. Yes.
Are these 3 photographs fair and accurate representations of how the vehicle appeared that day?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to introduce states 8 through 10. Okay.
States 8 through 10.
Publish 8, please. All right, can you show us what you're talking about as far as the way the window was?
Part of it had broken out, part of it was still intact, but right there looked like a little rounded area.
All right, and was this large void that we see in the window there before the door was opened?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you said you were able to reach in and unlock.
Yeah, I reached in, the door was closed. I reached in through that broken area, unlocked the car, and then ran around and entered from the other side to turn off the car and flap keys.
And during this time, was EMS already en route?
Yeah, I could hear them. I could hear them coming down the street. They were almost there.
And were life-saving efforts made to try to help Mr. Markel?
Yes, when I was on the passenger side, I pulled out a gym bag or something that was in there, pulled it out and set it on the ground so they could make better entry into the vehicle to extract him.
Okay. And did he ever regain consciousness or say anything during the time you were
Not
there?
in my presence.
All right. Publish 9, please. Publish 10, please. All right. Do you see the half part of the eyeglasses there in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you indicate with your pointer?
Yeah, we're right there.
And is that where you observed them, or had they fallen out?
They had fallen out. One was in his lap, and then one was on the floorboard on the driver's side.
Okay, and what about the cell phone that we see pictured to the left of the
That
eyeglasses?
was in his left hand.
Was there a safety search done of the house?
Yes, after EMS was removing him, then myself and a couple other officers, we took the keys that were in the car. The person door from the garage into the house was locked. We unlocked that. Did a search of the house, found no one. Nothing amiss.
Any indication that this was a burglary, a robbery?
No.
Any obvious signs of a struggle?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examination for Mr. Sims. You may step down, Mr. Sims.
This witness is released, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please call your next witness.
Joanne.
Sorry, I was just mesmerized. My brain was buffering, just fangirling over Georgia. I was just sitting here looking at her like I was just watching, not live streaming the fucking thing.
My brain was like panicking because I was like pushing the wrong buttons all at the same time. Like, no, that's not what I want. No, that's not what I want.
Well, yes. So next up we have, is this Craig Isom? Yes, it is.
No,
It is Craig Isom.
not who
Lawyer
we're doing
Lee.
next. So I pushed the wrong
Lawyer
button.
Lee called him Greg Isom. I was like, it's Craig. Craig.
But that's not actually who's next.
Okay.
Let me get
Next up is the medical examiner, right?
right.
With her scandalous shoulders showing. Oh,
So scandalous.
wow. I
I'm
bet
just
you there's
fixing-
zero outrage. I bet you there is zero outrage about the shoulders showing because it's a different look to Renee Stonebridge from Karen Reed V1.
Yeah.
Very
Okay,
annoying.
look at those subtitles. Tell me what you think about that.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. Yeah, so then, yes. Love.
Okay.
Okay.
KK.
Tony, it is very scandalous. Ruthie, good to see
Introduce yourself
you.
and spell your name.
Maybe also the color.
My name is Joanne
Yes.
Maltese.
It's not like a fun, punchy color. It's like a darker color. Although her chain is like, wow. I love
Don't
that.
go near an MRI machine, man.
Oh, stop.
Yikes. Sorry, too soon? Not great. Sorry, I can't help myself. Shite.
Oh.
And Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed as law enforcement? In law enforcement?
I'm retired Tallahassee Police Forensic Specialist.
How long have you been retired from Tallahassee Police Department, right?
Yes, a little over 8 years.
What were your duties when you were employed there?
Duties as a forensic specialist is the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
How long did you do that type of work?
Done that work for probably 15 years.
Okay. And were you doing it back on July 18th of 2014?
Yes.
As part of your job, did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on that date?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what was your
Oh my
job
God,
once you
Googling,
arrived at
sorry.
that particular scene?
That particular day, I was called to document and collect evidence at a crime scene.
Publish 10, please. Is this the scene that you're referencing?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you states 11 through 17 as well. Just have you look through those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took these photographs at the scene.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 11 through 17.
11 through 17 are admitted.
Publish 11, please.
Okay.
Publish 12, please. Did you collect the eyeglasses shown in State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, I did.
That appears to be half of a pair of eyeglasses. Did you collect both halves?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you what I've marked as states 121 and 122. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
The two halves of eyeglasses collected from this crime scene?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move in evidence states 122 and 123.
Interjection. States 122 and 123 are admitted.
Did you collect this eyeglass lens?
Yes, I did.
Where was it located?
I believe that one was the floorboard of the driver's area.
Was there another piece of eyeglass lens also collected by
Yes,
you
there
that
was.
day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, where was that piece found?
That was the other optical was on the driveway, or I'm sorry, the garage floor right below the driver's area.
123 and 124 are the two pieces of lens that you collected that day.
Yes.
Move into evidence 123 and 124.
Interjection. Yeah, yeah. States 123 and 124 are admitted.
Did you take any swabs or attempt to get any fingerprints from the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what efforts were made on those fronts?
I processed the entire exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints. There was an area that was lifted, but it did not have fingerprints or value to compare. As far as the swabbing, all of the exterior and interior door handles, as well as a phone that was collected and the doorknob from the garage to the interior of the house.
What were the results of those efforts?
Those I would not know. They'd be sent to FDLE lab for analysis.
Did you find any fingerprints of value to send to FDLE lab?
No, I did not.
Publish states 14, please. Approaching with states 125. Do you recognize 125?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is going to be a brown wallet with its contents that were found in the glove box of the vehicle.
All right, and did the wallet contain Dan Markel's driver's license?
Yes, it did.
And in the exhibit, there's no cash, but there's some cash pictured in the photograph.
Yes.
Was there cash that was seized as well?
Yes, it was.
All right, so based on this, didn't appear there was any effort to take Mr. Markel's belongings.
Correct.
Okay, any evidence that the house was broken into or anything was taken from the house?
Not that I could determine.
Publish state 16, please. And 17. And then back to 16, if you would. What efforts were made to document this? What is it that we're looking at?
We're looking at the front driver's door window that was shattered with a hole in it.
Okay. And what did you do to try to document this?
The glass was very fragile because it was broken. So prior to doing anything to it, besides fingerprinting, I would have put clear tape on both sides, the interior and the exterior, just to hold it in place for transportation and collection.
I'm approaching with what I've marked as states 126. Is this the glass that you were able to remove from the vehicle?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
Yes.
Move into evidence states 126.
Okay. There you go. States 126 is admitted.
Publish. And the glass evidence, is that consistent with the gunshot?
Yes, it is.
All right, did you, as part of your job, have an occasion to photograph Wendi Adelson's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Was that done the same day that you collected this other evidence?
A
Yes, it was.
minivan.
Where did you photograph her vehicle?
Her vehicle was towed to the Tallahassee Police Department.
I'm gonna approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 18 through 21. Do you recognize 18 through 21?
Yes, I do.
Are those the photos you took of Ms. Adelson's vehicle? Move into evidence 18 through 21.
Okay. There you are. States 18 to 21 is admitted.
Publish states 18, please. Publish 19.
Wendy's minivan. I have theories about that.
What is this item?
This was on the front passenger seat of the vehicle, and it is a bottle
Bullet.
of alcohol and a
Bourbon.
receipt.
All right, and did you take a closer photo of the receipt? States 21, please.
Yes.
And what does that show about when the alcohol was purchased?
On 7/18 of 2014 at 12:49 from ABC Fine Liquor and Spirits, or Fine Wine and Spirits.
Did you also go to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do at the hospital?
Document and collect any evidence.
At the time that you responded to the hospital, was Mr. Markel deceased or still alive?
He was still alive.
I'm gonna approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 22 through 24. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took those photographs at the hospital.
Are they fair and accurate photos of how Mr. Markel looked that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence, states exhibits 22, 23, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objection? There you are. States 22, 23, and 24 are admitted.
Publish 22, please. This is how Mr. Markel appeared,
Yes.
and this was done on the 18th.
Yes. Yes.
Publish the next exhibit, please. This is 23. Why did you take this photograph?
For the darkened area on his forearm.
Why was that of sig-
Oh. 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 Yikes.
The unburnt
Oh, Donna.
gunpowder and gases that leave the barrel of a gun at a high velocity.
Get
and it will
fucked,
tattoo
Donna.
or stain the skin.
States exhibit 24, please. Is this another effort to capture that stippling that you observed?
Yes.
No
further
Lexus
questions?
marks there. No teeth. Get the fuck out of here, Donna.
No questions, Your Honor. Very well. Ms. Maltese, you may step down.
This witness is excused, Your Honor.
Oh, the beard. Love. 1010.
Yes, and now we have the medical examiner, Dr. Anthony Clark, another short one, right before lunch. I think this is, yes, okay, cool. She has the rest of it on here. Okay.
Pause. Sorry.
No, I just,
Steph said, "Fuck off, Donna Sue." Some on Twitter there was a thing that said, "Tell a horror story in 3 words," and I commented, "Donna Sue Adelson." Yeah,
I love that. That's amazing.
and wait, it's a very niche joke for Twitter in general. But we'll see.
It's perfect.
Affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth. Yes, I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, Anthony J. Clark, Clark.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as Associate Medical Examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the Central Regional Office in Macon, Georgia.
What are your duties there?
I work as an Associate Medical Examiner. I perform what's called the autopsy and forensic autopsies and death investigations.
Is there ever a time that you worked here in Tallahassee as an assistant medical examiner?
Yes.
What time periods did you do that?
It was from 2007 to 2023.
All right. And how many autopsies have you performed during the course of your career?
It's over 8,000 now.
And what is the education and training that you have that qualifies you to do that type of
Ah,
work?
she's such
I
a
obtained my
fake
Bachelor of Science
bitch.
degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I did 2
Crocodile
years of animal
tears.
research before moving on to Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and then traveled from the Britain General Hospital in Britain, Connecticut, and did a 2-year general surgical internship. I then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled from that program down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did a 2-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in association with Emory University. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in the state of Georgia and Florida.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
Tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to redirect the witness? Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion? Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify before you today in the form of an opinion in the fields of both medicine and forensic
I have
pathology.
those glasses.
Doctor, did you conduct the autopsy of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
When was that conducted?
We performed it on July 19, 2014, and we started at 11:55 hours.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
At
Same.
that time, we were in the Tallahassee
This
Florida
is-
hospital.
And Donna's.
Did you take photos as part of
It'll
your
get her on
autopsy?
you.
Yes, I did.
Would use of those photos assist you in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Would they assist the jury in understanding your
Because I
testimony?
didn't murder anyone.
A moment to look through those and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they fair and accurate photographs?
Right,
that-
Simi, wipe that stupid look off your face, Donnie, you dumb bitch.
25 through 34, Your Honor.
States 25 to 34 admitted at this time.
Publish 25, please.
Before you publish, the parties can briefly approach. State, you may resume with your examination of Dr. Clark at this time.
Publishing 25. Explain what we're looking at in states 25.
I mean, facts.
The examination, particularly in gunshot wounds, we like to know whether the bullets are still in the body or how badly they are broken up, etc. So we do X-rays, and this X-ray, this is an X-ray of the head. You can see the top of the head here, the jaw, right side, left side, and these really bright spots here and here are the bullets that we recovered for this individual. They come out
Wanna-
because they're very dense. The X-rays bounce off and turn them white here, just like bone. It's fairly dense. These are the bullets here, here and here.
Publish states 26, please. How many bullets were in Mr. Markel's head?
There were 2 bullets in his head, and you can see on this one here that hit the left cheek, actually fragmented a little bit. And then we had a bullet inside the head, back to the left side, right side, excuse me, right side.
States 27. What are we looking at here, Doctor?
This is actually the identification photograph of the individual. We like to get them cleaned up. We'll put the identifying tag underneath their chin, the case number, the date, and using my initials. And you can see that there has been quite a bit of damage here, particularly in the left side of the face. We have a gunshot wound here. It's labeled number 1 in the autopsy report, and this is number 2, labeled number 2 in the autopsy report.
By labeling them 1 and 2 respectively, are you opining that that's the order in which those shots were fired?
No, the numbering system in the autopsy report is just for me to discuss during the trial.
Publish 28, please. What does 28 show?
So this is what I call gunshot wound number 2. And you can see it's quite irregular. It's not a nice round hole you like to see, but the way it hit the bone, it caused a lot of damage and tearing in this area here. You can see that there's some what we call raccoon eyes or hemorrhage around the eyes and quite a bit of swelling going on here. Also in this area here, you see a lot of minor superficial abrasions that vary in size. Some are much bigger and some are smaller. You can see it's all over the cheek here, so and the ear and the side of the neck here. This is what we call pseudo stippling, and this usually happens after the bullet goes through a door or a window or hits concrete and causes those items, the glass or the wood or the concrete to splinter and cause small particles to fall out.
I'd never heard
shoot out
pseudo
and hit
stippling
you.
before, I don't
Well,
think.
this is true stippling, which is due to gunpowder. We'll see an example of that in a minute. But so we have large areas of pseudo stippling around the left side of the face, the left side neck and ear.
So each of those small red injuries represents a piece of glass striking.
Piece of glass. Yes,
Get
ma'am.
over yourself, Donnie, you fucking
Fragmented off the part of the bone.
piece of shit.
What's this one show?
Again, we're looking at the left side of the neck here. Here's the left ear. You can see that the pseudo stippling is quite extensive. Also, you'll see that there's
Oh,
kind of a purple
Gypsy got it.
area
Yay, thanks,
where the
Steph.
bullet track went to. It caused a large amount of bleeding into the left side of the face, where you saw a huge distortion of the left side of the face and then drain down into the neck. Okay, this is going to be gunshot wound number 1. It's right between the eyebrows, closer to the left eyebrow. Again, it is distorted in a nice little round hole because of the shelf of bone that's there. It's called the glabella. So it causes a irregular entry wound. And now we're seeing a much finer area of stippling across the forehead here. This is much different from what we're seeing on the left side of the face. This is true stippling or gunpowder stippling from the barrel of the gun directly.
How does firing a gun cause the pseudo-stippling?
The stippling.
Sorry, stippling.
Okay, when the firearm is discharged, out of the barrel comes the bullet, of course, hot gases, soot, burning and unburned gunpowder. What causes the stippling is the burning and unburned gunpowder. It's actually it's a particulate that strikes the skin and abrades it. It doesn't burn it, but it hits it and abrades it, scrapes it. So that usually with a handgun, we can see the stippling out to about 18 to 24 inches. This to me looks a lot closer than that, but all we're seeing is the stippling here.
So the presence of this evidence suggests that the muzzle of the gun was quite close to Mr. Markel's head when it was fired.
Yes, I'm thinking
Paul,
inches.
please, Ms. What the fuck? So Steph says, okay, honest comment. I didn't feel comfortable with the bringing in like the medical examiner stuff. We all know how he died. Why is this part of the case? I don't like it. It's an uncomfortable necessity, Steph, because the jury aren't supposed to know any of this, and they actually have to establish that. I was going to say Officer John O'Keefe, that Professor Dan Markel was in fact that his cause of death was by gunshot wound and that his manner of death was homicide. So that the jury isn't supposed to know any of it. We know mostly all of it. So that, but it isn't pleasant to hear. Strongly agree.
States 31, please. What does that show?
Okay, this is giving you a perspective of the 2 gunshot wounds here. What I call labels 1, what is label 2, the pseudo stippling on the nose, the fine stippling on the forehead, the hemorrhage around the left eye, part of the raccoon eye pattern.
Raccoon eyes.
32.
Ecchymosis.
This is the left forearm, and what you see here is kind of a ring of soot, partial ring of soot here, and some stippling on the forearm here too.
What is that consistent with?
That to me is suggested that arm was up near the gun when it was discharged. That's at one point in time, and most likely the one gunshot wound that went to the center of the head
His
here,
hand up.
that arm was up in a defensive type thing or a reaction type thing, and the soot, the stippling is actually not from the barrel, but when you're talking about a revolver, you have a cylinder where the bullets are. You have a space between the cylinder and the barrel. It's called a cylinder gap. And soot and gunpowder can come out of the cylinder gap.
Because she's being, sorry, Ms. What the fuck? Because Donna's being charged with murder 1, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation of murder. I believe it's solicitation. Don't quote me on that. No, that was definitely Katie Magbanua. But so that this stuff all has to be established. It's foundational. Otherwise, we can't find Donna Adelson, Donna Sue, guilty of murder if we don't establish that this was a murder. Same charges as Charlie. It's all part of the conspiracy. Same. She's going down.
Close to the victim.
That's correct.
And also, is it consistent with the victim at least having enough wherewithal of the impending danger to raise his arm in defense?
In my opinion, yes, ma'am.
Right. And you said that the number that you order the shots for purposes of your reports does not necessarily mean that's the order of the shots that were fired in this case. Do you have an opinion as to, and that's the second shot is the one that was not survivable?
That's correct.
And was there any amount of medical attention that could have assisted Mr. Markel, say that it got there sooner?
Well, these are pretty devastating injuries, particularly the gunshot wound in the brain.
Did you collect the projectiles from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, I did.
Ooh, bright light.
You will publish 33, please. If you recognize 127 and 128.
Oh, look at her heaving
Yes,
with faux.
These are the envelopes that we placed these
for
bullets
goodness
in,
sake.
with the identifying marker labels and where they were from. Both ones from gunshot wound number 1 and ones from gunshot wound number 2.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They appear to be so, yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence 127 and 128, Your Honor. And is this a photograph of one of these projectiles removed from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, ma'am. This is the one from gunshot wound number 2 to the left cheek area. If you remember on the x-ray, it had kind of a barrel shape to it. I don't remember, but you see the barrel shape here.
And for the record, that was 33, now publishing 34. What does this show?
This is the bullet that we pulled from the right side of the brain. The X-ray is getting pretty deformed. You can see that we've taken one picture, one aspect of it here. Here's the identifying label.
What is meant by the term cause of death?
That is how that person died.
Right, and is it part of your job as assistant medical examiner to determine cause of death?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the cause of death?
Gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about manner of death? What's meant by that term?
Manner of death is how what were the circumstances that eventually led to the death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Homicide.
No further questions.
Dr. Clark.
Oh, Donna!
Procedures can be excused.
Fuck off. She took her earphones off. Fuck off. Performative bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry, Judge Everett, for talking over WC.
We believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic. The matters that we discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses, I do feel it is important at this point, Mrs. Adelson, when the testimony is occurring or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outburst. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand this? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party need to be heard before we go into the lunch break? Well, please report back at 1:15 as well. I believe we have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
So Judge ain't playing, and that's a lovely little segue into we'll have a quick musical interlude because I think probably most of y'all missed it. We did premiere, the royal we premiered a brand new video to go with Ms. What the Fuck's all-time favorite Miss Shorty music song, I Ain't Playin'. And seeing as how Judge ain't playing, we thought we'd give you a moment to collect yourself before we head into Craig Isom's testimony, because it's longer. That's what she said. And enjoy this spectacular video. It's such a fucking vibe. Go in and watch the video itself later, another time. Drop a comment. Ms. What the Fuck, you are so clever. She's been doing this as a little secret project in the back end. Whew. Thank you. I love it. I hope you will love it too.
Now some music. The Supreme Leader decrees it.
All kinds of granular. This shit is nuance. Nothing is binary. Trolled for the last dance. Scrabbling, babbling, lying and spying. Flip on a dime, but still I ain't crying. No, I ain't playing. Not gonna lie. No, I ain't playing. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm just saying. Peace out, bye bye. Waiting and waiting. And losing your mind. No, I ain't playing. Fast forward, rewind. Wind it back, it's boring. Yip, 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 hush now. Yawning, not happening. Oh, hell no, get out. One of these days, maybe all's y'all get tired. Campaign manager probably should get fired. Nope, I ain't playing. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm just saying. Peace out, bye bye. Waiting and waiting. And losing your mind. No, I ain't playing. Fast forward, rewind. Dragging so desperate, embroil us in drama. Outgrown you, fuck this shit, no drama llama. Esoteric shit, touch some, smoke some. Y'all are so hectic, peace, quiet, karma. Yeah, I ain't playing. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm just saying. Peace out, bye bye. Fading and waiting. And losing your mind. No, I ain't playing. Fast forward, rewind. Endlessly tedious. Haters be hating. Stamp that shit, shorties. I'm outie, I'm skating. Oof, y'all, they had a mission. Trip fall, they still be wishing. Give them something, anything, I'm done dancing. old thing. Yo, I ain't playing, not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm just saying, peace out, bye bye. Waiting and waiting, and losing your mind. No, I ain't playing. Fast forward, rewind. Endlessly tedious, haters be hating. Stamp that shit shorties, I'm outie, I'm skating. Oof, y'all, they had a mission. Trip fall, they still be wishing. Give them something, anything, I'm done dancing. It ain't no thing. Yo, I ain't playing, not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm just saying, peace out, bye bye. Baiting and waiting, and losing your mind. No, I ain't playing, fast forward, rewind.
So good, Miss What the Fuck? So good. So good. So good.
Thank
You're
you.
so clever.
Oh,
Everybody gives a round of applause for Miss What the Fuck and Miss Shorty, the dream team when it comes to music and video. So good. So good. So get in there and give that one a few views on the wherever it is, playlist, something. It's a bit of an earworm too. Miss What the Fuck, I was going to ask you, have you not gotten sick of listening to that, like on repeat, making that video?
nope, I don't get sick of it.
No.
Whenever I do the videos, I do have to listen to them over and over again, but I'm also like listening to little parts of them over and over again. So then like when I listen to the whole thing again, I'm like, I love this song so much. So.
Well, thank you. You're very, very clever. And Simi says, nope. All right, let's get back into testimony. And we're into Craig Isom, who is the detective who spoke to Wendi in the aftermath. Yeah, I have. It's the echolalia is the talking out loud of things on repeat. Echolalia is the repetition in your brain, and I have Miss Shorty music echolalia. So I constantly, there's always a Miss Shorty music song. Sometimes it's a few different ones in a day. Sometimes it's the same song for days. Yes.
I'm the
All
same way.
right.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
All the time.
I wake up, it's there all the time. I wake up and I was like, that one's going there right now. Limerence, still limerence is in my brain. And the new one, Green Card, hilarious. If you've heard Green Card, just before we get back into test ready, spoiler alert, it's a parody song because give me a break. Like, come on now. All right, let's go, Georgia. Juju Slay, before we go to Georgia, thank you. We've got all access to all the emotes and all the fun stuff. We're going to do another members only quiz night soon. That was so fun. I love it. We might do an Adelson one, right? Adelson and Shorty. Anyway, yay. Thank you. Green Gun's good.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Break the defensive bars. We've got some objections to my exhibit, exhibit 64, email exhibit, composite, and I haven't had time to look at all the ones they're objecting to, but I know the first one is marked as State's Exhibit 64A.
Okay.
This is an email from initially from
Georgia.
Donna Adelson, Pennsylvania,
Georgia.
March 28, 2011. It includes content in paragraph 3. Discussion of Dan and his parents.
Oh, Juju, you're in the drawer too.
Saying that it is, and knowing that is from Mrs. Adelson, you can read what it says. That's the objective. that item. And relevance grounds, relevance is that Mrs. Adelson treated the victim and extended to his parents as well.
Georgia. Oh my God, I love her so much.
Put together, Judge. This is 2011. It has nothing to do with Danny. It's a derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents. Wendi made comments.
Okay, Judge.
Adelson made comments.
Fuck.
Relevant to this case. This is while Danny and Wendi are still together.
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, is there a time period where it has to be within the divorce?
It's not animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about the comments towards his parents.
Donna's got big earlobes. Just saying. They're big.
Cappleman asked here, as it relates to the comments going towards the parents.
I think it's relevant that goes toward motive. She did not want these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her and her family. And that's what happened.
That's not what this email says.
Right. That's not what the email said. It's not a confession of murder. It's a expression of dislike, which just goes to the motive.
I can't spell this word.
Anyway, much of this email does lack relevance or probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Cappleman, does this tie into other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove? Or is this a standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
So yes.
Animus is a great word.
Very
I'm just
well.
saying.
No objection. I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased or his family. However, the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence. You may request it now.
Just a reminder, we're watching through the trial channel. I'll move myself out of the way. There's her logo. Thank you, the trial channel, for everything you do. If you're not already subscribed, please do. Please do. We appreciate you very much. She's very fast. I still want to get it to 50K. It was supposed to be by my 50th birthday, 50,000 subscribers. Didn't quite get there, but that's okay. This trial might do it for her. So if you're not already subscribed, subscribe on your account, your old accounts, all your sock puppet accounts. Lol. All right, let's go.
Towards Danny Markel. I mean, if you take a look at it, Mrs. Adelson is complaining that Danny and Wendi have to schlep the boys down to see his parents instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has nothing to do with trying to get the boys from the family. So I'm not sure what limiting instruction would be effective, but this is as to it doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what the court would suggest. The state's theory is not hatred towards Danny Markel's family. And so I'm confused.
As to the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
State's theory includes that Mrs. Adelson hated all things Dan Markel, and all things Dan Markel needed to be erased from these children's lives, including the grandparents. Now, I know Your Honor has precluded me from mentioning visitation of the grandparents and things like that, but obviously that's always been a part of the state's theory. I'm still not limited from including that, but it is important to show that this animus existed as far back as 3/28/11. And this is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back furthest in time. I think it's important.
We're not going to be wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, the state's theory of the case, that the defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family. It will be permitted on those grounds. If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
Your Honor, I'm at a loss. I think that an instruction that, I mean, this doesn't show hatred toward Danny. So again, I'm not sure. I obviously disagree with the state's argument concerning this. So
Well, that was suggestion to be considered for defendant's state of mind as it related to the deceased or his family?
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family. It has not to do with the deceased.
It's got to. Well, let's go through them.
Mr. 64D is an email dated 10/26/12 from my fridge. This email is from Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson, showing a list of prospective love interests from the website. Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendi, offered to show how controlling Donna Adelson was over the children's lives, how much she inserted herself into their private lives, and again, she likes to be in control of who they date and who they marry.
Response.
This is not an email from my client to Wendi Adelson. This is an email from Match.com.
Wendi Adelson.
That my client has. It doesn't say anything, the copy I have at least doesn't say anything at all about Wendi Adelson.
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading on the top of it. It's my fault.
I want to get that hair out of her
This
face.
is her forwarding this or actually including some sort of message?
She forwards it. I'm not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection. It's safe to do it 64I. I'll approach with that as well. Related.
What's big on that?
One 17/13 today on instead of 64I.
As to any questioning of Wendi Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, that question certainly can be asked. But as to
Coming
hearsay,
from
what is being offered
the
for
old
evidence?
ex, Twitter. Very similar blouse. You're correct.
Or
Yeah.
the exception to hearsay is a
That's
statement of a
what
party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging of her children's lives, particularly their love lives, so scrapping the rights to multiple distance.
Right.
And then they did Mr. Markel.
I just can't understand how this would be material to this case in any way, anything that the state has to prove. You know, it's not, he was going to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her. How does being a Match.com while she's living with her daughter have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
I believe this once again goes to the issue of motive. I understand the defense's position that you disagree. As to this motion, or excuse me, as to this item, this is you said 64I.
64D and I.
Right. As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendi Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendi Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Cappleman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
I do have other evidence that Mrs. Adelson, just on the wire, speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date and discussing with
Mrs.
Charlie
Adelson,
Adelson, wanting Charlie to intervene with Wendy and encourage her to date a certain person. So I do think it is a theme that reemerges with other evidence.
Well, as the state of mind and motive, I will permit this evidence to be given over objection. However, as to the foundations for these things, Ms. Cappleman, they'll have to be laid through the appropriate witnesses.
Steph, I have milk duds. I haven't eaten them all. They're too cheap.
The next item, Judge, is
What's Harvey doing? Farting still? Yeah, that's better.
I believe it's 64W, an email dated June 27th. And the objection in this case relates to the characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, I can't find the quote, but something like a Southern black lady. They just were proposing redacting that on page 4, Your Honor. Page 2 of that email, I'll give you 1 and 2. Second page, 2/3 of the way down to the second paragraph. Mention of social cause.
Milk
There's no
duds.
particular relevance to that
Junior
characterization of
mint.
social cause, so I just don't think it's prejudicial, so I don't know why we're enacting whatever your honor thinks on that one.
And Maltesers.
The jury could take that as in a very derogatory way. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case. That comment. Nothing. Unless there's another motive, I don't know that.
Junior mints. Yes. Oh, but you can't have it. It's chocolate.
If in some
for
ways,
dogs.
since we do have 2 jurors of African American descent that would otherwise impute on the defendant a negative character trait, I will
Don't
commit
lick me, I love you, don't
redaction
lick
for
me.
that reason.
Gross.
Beyond that, the item will be admitted.
Next judge is an email dated April 7th, 2017.
100%.
I believe what's referenced here is 64 HH. Yes, sir. Effort.
Okay.
Judge, this email is a email regarding Wendi moving, and the evidence is going to show that she moved from a
She's
more
so
secure
elegant.
location to less secure location. The relevance is
I love her.
sort of going to have to be developed as the trial goes on, but the idea is that there was no fear for Wendy's safety. That email is dated
7:15, I believe, is the last date in June.
Oh, pause, please, Miss What the Fuck.
I'll have to start the foundation for with
Hope 8 Fear, thank you so much for sharing my Twitter X simulcast. I only just saw it because I generally try to stay away from checking my phone when we're live. But thank you, Hope 8 Fear. That's really kind of you. And someone else did, I think. Yeah, Butterfly. Thanks, Butterfly. Amazing. Mwah. Okay, carry on, Judge Everett. Sorry, sir, Judge E. We love you.
witness to any other point. That's certainly appropriate. What is the objection?
Well, Judge, I have a question. The email that I'm looking at that was provided to us on July 15th, 2014 suggests the cost from Wendi Adelson.
I believe these are from David Trafton at myrealestate.com.
That's not what we're given.
He says he's had his shirt. He has his shirt off with his man boobs in the fridge, going. Oh.
Now that we've been handed, it's April 7th, 2015, 4:42 p.m. This is regarding Wendi moving. It had the same security as where she was living with her mother, so less secure. There's nothing in here that indicates that.
Okay, Judge. Can't take you seriously, woman. Get a headband for your hair.
You may lay a foundation, or just begin to lay a foundation for that item with when that witness is examined. Going back to the last trial in this matter, when the intent instruction was given, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind, and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in the case. Specifically, as counts 2 and count 1 that are charged in the indictment deal with aspects of intent. I'm going to find evidence that demonstrates the defendant's alleged motive, which goes specifically to intent, is admissible.
Yes, sir.
One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with this, we had many
Is
motions
Donna.
on this matter, and we continued this case several times to handle these matters pre-trial. Why is this coming up now?
Happy.
The exhibit that we were provided with, I went through thoroughly and had all of my objections listed, and then was told that's not correct. It's another binder. It's different emails.
Wait, what's
binder
going on
I
with
was
her
given
teeth?
by the state was completely discombobulated, not in date order. So it was a train wreck.
As the state's exhibit you're referring to.
That's correct. And so then they provided us with this binder. It appears to maybe still be missing something, but they have a list, an exhibit list, everything laid out by date, by exhibit A, all the sub-exhibit numbers. So that's why, Your Honor.
We're not going to waste any of your times. At this point, with arguments behind, or should them, are there any matters that need to be addressed?
There's one more that I asked for, Judge. It's dated April the 20th of 2016, and it's an email about whether one of the children is sad.
I want to put her hair out of her face. That's so hard to watch.
Claiming that the
Ma'am,
child cannot be sad
hairspray.
about the death of his father.
Hairspray, Clips.
Cappleman, again, the purpose
June
of
and
being
gender.
offered for is
Interesting.
going to
We will see.
motive or state of mind. What is the undue prejudice that the defense is arguing concerning this particular email?
The undue prejudice is what the state's arguing, and they're going to argue to the jury, is that this email says that Donna Adelson said he could not be sad about his father. What she's describing is her time with the child, and she hasn't seen him.
Milk duds are too chewy. Who organized that? You can't chew them. They're like, pause, sorry, miss, what the fuck? I have an important message. It's a public service announcement. I don't understand how milk duds are still around. I'd never tried them before. We don't have them in Australia necessarily, but Aldi, whatever you want to call it, had before the 4th of July a bunch of American stuff. So I'm like, I've always wanted to try, excuse me, Junior Mints and Milk Duds. So I got both, and I started with the Milk Duds. I'm like, yeah, dud in name, dud in nature. What's doing with them? They're super chewy, stupid chewy, not good chewy. They don't even taste that nice. They're probably not. Oh, Tony, pro tip, sucking on Milk Duds is the way. I'm not good at so. I'm not good at sucking candy and lollies and shit. I just chew them.
Ma'am.
Anything.
Judge Everett has some words for you. Sucking on Milk Duds is the way to go. From the words of Judge Everett himself. And stop defaming the most delicious candy ever.
Do you chew them or suck them? You personally.
You suck them. I suck them.
So clip it. So why? So nobody suggested this to me? I don't think that's fair because I can't suck things, candy. It's chewing. Cheryl says it's too much work, and I strongly agree. We don't have Milk Duds. No Whoppers. No, never even knew what Whoppers were.
Whoppers are disgusting, and anybody that likes Whoppers is shameful. No, that's terrible. I didn't say that, but I think Milk Duds are meant for people with incredible patience.
Not me. Milk Duds are better frozen? What are we going? What scandal?
Ooh, yes. Like, have you ever had? Do you have Charleston chews?
No, man. What are they?
They're like a giant. They're like a long, like a nougat type of thing.
Oh, nougat. Yes. Okay.
And they're the best when you put them in the freezer. Oh my god, they're amazing, especially the original flavor. They have other flavors.
Well, I'm going to vote for Junior Mints because you can go in, chew, swallow. Done. Thanks for coming.
That is the ADHD part of you that just wants to get it done.
I can't. It's like, what are we doing here? Why are we making? Let's just like I'm like Judge Crivello with my candy and stuff. Like, let's chop. Let's eat it and swallow it and keep moving. I don't have time, man. There's times in the morning. Sorry, sidebar. There's times in the morning when I've realized I've forgotten to have breakfast, and now I've got like 4 minutes to do everything to walk out the door. And I'm walking around the house with my Vegemite toast, like literally going, so I can chew and do other stuff at the same time because fuck eating, what a pain. Ish, torture.
Tony described it better than I did. A Charleston chew is a foot-long, half-inch square chocolate-covered nougat. And if you put it in the freezer, you can just kind of break off pieces and they're heavenly. Anyways, okay.
Okay, I also have very bad teeth, so I have missing molars now. 3 missing molars, fastly disappearing because bruxism. Anyway, we're back to thanks, rabbits and rabbit holes and squirrels and shit. KKKK. Thanks, chat. Okay, now I understand. I'll try sucking on my Milk Duds.
Judge Everett approves.
Okay, thank you, Judge Everett.
Cappleman, if you wish to proffer testimony from the witness on this, you can do so at the presence of the jury, but this one is seeming a bit attenuated.
How the fun begins.
And commenting on how the child is said.
Sure does, but it relates back to your motive and thinking that it wouldn't harm the children. It was going to be good for the children.
to get rid of their father. Children have no memory prior to that young age that the father was killed. I think it goes to notice.
Oh, she's got that Maxwell
That
Anderson
allows you
look
to
of
set up your foundation
reflection on her
in
face.
parts if you need to do so.
Right, Donna.
I'll revisit whether this item can be admitted.
Make sure there's one item that
She's trying to hear through her tiny ear canals.
Use of the Skype to facilitate visitation with
Skype?
father, stated December 18th.
Never heard of it.
As is
Skype?
previously provided.
Okay.
It's now marked as State Exhibit AA.1. The defense is looking that over. I also have a stipulation of the parties may approach.
Right.
This will be the first thing, and I'd like to have your honor read this to the jury as well. So come back in. Sorry, Jared, I ended up in the wrong thing. I will circle back to that. With that, stipulation, we're ready. Another issue.
Right, as to 64, I believe D and I give rule of a motion that this can be admitted with a proper foundation. As to I believe that's the item that the state is going to, 64I.
Same as Maxwell Anderson, right, Rach?
Is going to attempt to lay the foundation for as it relates to motive in this matter.
That's right, I found the relevant portion. It reads from Donna to Wendi here. I'm sorry, from Wendi to Donna. Dear Mom and Dad, here's the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. And she's forwarding a Skype plan from Dan Markel. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if you just follow.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendi Adelson sending an email to her mother.
Okay, Judge,
so her mother takes
sit
care
the
of
fuck
children
down.
very frequently and saying, here's the schedule. Let's
Her
do this.
judge.
Doesn't say Mrs. Adelson has not done it.
I think it suggests that Mrs.
Fortune
Adelson
to-
has not done, or at least that there's been issues and problems with Skype.
And facilitating Skype. Satisfactory and listening like that. So that's good.
And then it makes some statements made in opening statement by the defense.
Judge has got hand cream like
Not
me.
evidence stated as not evidence. The jurors are not considered as
Australia.
such. As any
Lotion.
foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item, that it was not previously followed, and now when the Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's offered. Please bring in the jurors.
Bring the jury, and now
Everyone
the
can
fun
be seated.
begins.
Members of the jury,
Oh,
I
the
trust you
trial
had
channel,
a
chef's
restful
kiss.
lunch break. Before we
Mwah,
resume
mwah.
with the evidence this afternoon, I'm going to read to you a stipulation that has been agreed upon by the parties. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles contained in State's Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and were determined to have been fired from the same revolver. Ms. Cappleman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Craig Isom.
I have two words.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
Do it.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be
I'd
true?
love
I do.
that.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Please introduce yourself and
Yikes.
spell your name.
Craig Isom, CraigIsom.
How are you employed?
I'm currently retired.
Congratulations. Where did you work when you worked?
Sent to
Hello,
Tallahassee
Georgia.
Police Department,
How long were you with the Tallahassee Police Department?
28 and a half years.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of Dan Markel?
I was.
How long did Dan Markel live after being shot?
I believe my understanding was around approximately 11 hours.
As part of your investigation, were the people closest to the victim interviewed,
Yes,
including his ex-wife, Wendi Adelson?
yes.
When and where did you approach Wendi Adelson?
She was at a restaurant in Tallahassee on Market Street.
Mosaic.
That was on the
Nothing. Typing.
day of the shooting, which was July 18th, 2014. July 18th, 2014. It was approximately 2:15 in the afternoon.
All right, so approximately 3 hours and 50 minutes after the shooting.
Approximately, yes.
What did you say when you approached her?
I told her that I needed to discuss something with her in private. She was with two other individuals at the table.
Two ladies having lunch?
3 total, yes.
And when you told her that you need to speak with her, were you wearing police insignia? Did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
Immediately before I identified myself and said that I was there for the purpose of speaking with Wendi Adelson.
Okay.
And I had my badge on that was readily identifiable as a police officer.
All right. And did you reassure her that she wasn't in any trouble? Did you?
Yes, I got her to step away from the table she was eating at, approximately 10, 15 feet
Wearing
out
her
of earshot.
owl t-shirt and her scrappy
Individuals that were
shorts.
sitting at the table. And I told her that I needed to discuss with her something that happened with her ex-husband and that her children were not involved. I reassured her because the children had already been checked on. They were still at the daycare and they were fine.
As part of this approach of Wendi Adelson, were there any handcuffs involved?
No.
Any Miranda rights read?
No.
Any use of force at all?
No.
She was not detained or under arrest?
No.
At any time, did you tell her she was a suspect in anything?
No.
Was she a suspect in anything at that moment?
No.
At any time during your interview, did you do anything that would treat her as a suspect?
No.
In fact, you told her several times in the interview that she was not a suspect. Isn't that right?
I did.
Did you ever accuse her of anything?
No.
Did you provide her with a victim advocate?
Yes.
Is that something that your office typically does for next of kin when a tragedy has occurred?
Yes.
Did you allow her to access her phone during the interview?
Yes.
What did you learn about the victim's relationship with his ex-wife, Wendi Adelson?
They had gone through it and were still fighting in a contentious divorce.
Pause, please, Ms.
Regarding child custody.
With child custody?
So I guess they're going to get into it, but Pierre asks, I know they were divorced, but did Wendi live in Tallahassee still or back in Miami? She wanted to move to Miami. This is the whole premise of the motive for the murder, is that Dan would not leave Tallahassee. And so, and they had, court ordered joint custody. I think. And anyway, the shared custody in Tallahassee. So Donna, Harvey, and Wendi, Charlie probably didn't give a fuck either way, desperately wanted for Wendi to be back in Miami. So the court said nope. And then they offered him Dan Markel, $1 million to allow Wendi, to bribed him to allow Wendi and the boys to move back to Miami. And with that money, he could easily commute. Like, no biggie. It's only like 8 hours drive, whatever, just commute to see your children. And so he declined that bribe because integrity and fatherhood. So then they were like, well, we'll just get rid of him, solve that problem. So Wendi was still in Tallahassee. She was in the car back to Miami with her parents the afternoon of, or the next day after, Dan's funeral service. So, yeah. Diabolical.
All right, I'm going to approach with State's demonstrative A. Have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit before today?
Yes.
What is that exhibit?
It's all of the filings from the divorce case between Wendi Adelson and Daniel Markel.
Starting with the petition for divorce and ending at the time of his death. Is that right?
Correct.
And the filings in here, have you had an opportunity to review them?
Yes.
All right. And did this litigation include arguing over things so petty as a tennis racket?
It did.
Objection, Your Honor. Nothing's been entered into evidence, and we would object to the witness testifying to the contents of the file.
Overruled, the witness may testify concerning his personal knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you, Judge. As part of these proceedings, did Wendi Adelson seek to relocate with the children from Tallahassee to South Florida?
She did.
Did she say why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Staying, that's for the call for hearsay unless you have an exception.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
Are those the portion of the divorce filings contained in State's Demonstrative A that can be directly linked to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Meaning she saw those.
Yes, P. Very much
Yes.
so.
I believe that's what
Dan stayed in the family home and Wendi moved out.
Move into evidence, State 60, Your Honor.
Please be seated. What's that?
Why would anyone want to
step
chew, suck
step
a
outside.
lolly candy? I don't get it.
All right. At this
It's
point,
better though.
I'm nearing becoming inclined to send the jurors home for the day, as we are wasting a significant amount of time on matters that were either previously litigated or now are still being challenged for reasons that could have been handled out of court. Mr. Zellman, for any item that is being objected to with State 60 that you are claiming has no tie to your client's communications, you need to look for that binder now.
Part of the objection that we're making concerning that is without laying the foundation through a witness with personal knowledge, there is no tie to my client. Anything, and specifically anything post-dissolution, so post July 31st, 2013 that's in here, there's no evidence.
I heard this argument previously.
Yes.
It has been ruled upon.
Yes.
At this point, if the state has multiple witnesses that the foundation can be laid through, your objection will be noted for the record, but we are going to move on. If you need to look through this binder to match it up with specific communications in which you believe no foundation can be laid, you'll need to take the time. But as far as wasting the jurors' time on this any further today, what else does the defense need to look through concerning these
He's
exhibits?
so mad.
Before we leave here today, if we need to go through every single state exhibit to deal with any objections concerning them, we will do so, however long that takes. But we're not going to be wasting the jurors' time.
Big mad.
Subject to our objection concerning establishing the foundation for proving my client's knowledge, we're ready to proceed.
Concerning that, Ms. Cappleman, between former Detective Isom, Donna Adelson, or any other witnesses, are you going to be establishing the foundation as to the defendant's knowledge or connection to multiple witnesses?
May I have one, please?
Go ahead.
I don't plan to do that. I provided this exhibit to the defense. I have not heard anything about an objection, so I have not planned to ask this over every single piece of paper with this purpose. I can do that, but that is what it takes to me. I need to be sensitive prepared for that. I do have a list of.
Pause for a second, Miss What the Fuck? Sorry. So I don't know if y'all have been with us for a while, you'll know that inexplicably, sometimes, like occasionally, maybe 1 out of every 20 of the trial channel's videos that she edits and gets prepared for us, our viewing and live streaming pleasure, have that. She doesn't know why it happens, that weird underwater kind of strange sound. So that's what you're hearing. It's just one of those things. The trial channel tells us that when she's editing the videos, she can't hear it. So if you feel like the audio is a little off, that's why. It's not us, and it's the trial channel is aware of it, but because rising seas lift all ships, and it is so helpful to have condensed, fluff-free trial footage, we cope with it until the next one, when the next one will be chef's kiss. So just so you know.
But this witness isn't prepared to go through every single piece of paper in this exhibit.
Are you requesting for me to send the jurors home for the day?
No. I think I've complied with the court's ruling, and I'm requesting that the exhibit be admitted pursuant to that and move on.
It does have to be a foundation as to the nexus between the defendant's either communications or actions and these pleadings. That was the ruling. For what was provided in discovery,
Is that something that needs to be done in front of the jury, Judge, or is that something we can tie up later and move on right now?
you can tie up later, but it will not be admitted until the foundation is tied up.
Okay, Judge, I think that would be my preference then.
Very well, please bring the jurors up. Please direct Detective Isom to come back in and take the stand. Detective Isom, come back in.
He's like, oh, fuck. I'm not interested in this
Everyone
shit.
can be seated. You may continue your examination, Ms. Cappleman.
Approach with State's Exhibit 64. Recognize State 54?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
these are the emails, I believe. I believe these are from Wendi Adelson's computer.
Was a search warrant issued to Wendi Adelson's Google account?
Yes.
We received emails subject to that search warrant.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 64 contains fair and accurate copies of emails between Wendi Adelson and Donna Adelson.
Yes.
And if you'll turn to the yellow tab there. In particular, are you familiar with this email?
Yes.
Is that an email that was sent
from Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson on the bottom.
This is from Donna.
Well, okay. It starts out as something from Danny, right?
Right. Dan sends this email to Wendi,
Okay.
and
what
it's CC'd to another individual.
Okay. And what did Wendi do with it?
She forwarded it to her mother.
Okay. And is the content of the email related to what we refer to as the grandma motion?
Yes.
What is the grandma motion?
This is where Dan Markel.
What is the objection? First of all, lack of foundation and it's hearsay at this point.
Overruled as to lack of foundation. The investigator may testify as to his personal knowledge of the investigation. Concerning hearsay, it's covering.
Did Mrs. Adelson respond to this email?
Your Honor, then object again. Mrs.
One
Adelson,
moment, members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take a vote. So, not to sound like a broken record, but that part where the jurors need to go home, so the issues concerning these documents could be looked through. Concerning that, Mr. Zellman, what is your position?
Judge, I've said all along.
I know what your argument is, but as to the items the state is seeking to admit today, are there going to be more challenges of this nature? If you have objections, I will rule on them, but we're not going to waste the jurors' time.
Judge, as to 64AA, my client and her husband shared an email address. There's no evidence as to who sent the response that the state is trying to get to.
How many parts of 64 is the defense objecting to? Cappleman, concerning AA, does the foundation need to be laid amongst multiple witnesses, or is Detective Isom capable of doing this?
As far as to whom the email address belonged, that will have to be tied up with Wendi Adelson.
Well, if there are any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room, please look through it.
He's speaking with such clipped tones because he is
Are there any
about
other
to
exhibits
lose
that
his.
pertain to Detective Isom that need to be dealt with while the jurors are out of the room?
Would you like to know what items I intend to introduce, Judge, through him?
Please, so we can handle these objections now, and there will not be a constant back and forth, but the jurors need to leave the room.
Exhibit 55.
We stipulated for that.
Well, 60 is the.
I'm so sorry. I just had to say the little well because they said they stipulated to something, but well, you said you stipulated to other things earlier, so love it.
Love it. George is like,
Worse excerpts, which again, we're going to deal with separately. The email 64, my understanding is we're going to deal with AA, and then the rest of it's going to come into evidence with this witness at this time. 65, Mr. Rivera's ticket, which is certified. 66, Garcia's ticket, which is certified. 67, Save Gas records with certification. 68, Adelson Institute records with certification.
Are there any objections by the defense that need to be handled in the presence of the jury concerning these items?
There's a couple more, Judge.
Go ahead.
89, Premiere video clips. 90, bus video clips. 119 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from Premiere, and 120 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from the bus.
No objections to those, Your Honor.
Please bring back in the detective. As to AA, whichever portion of the foundation you're capable of laying with the detective, you can at least start it with that. As to the rest of it, you can seek to admit it if the foundation can be laid without it, or without any other witnesses. Please bring back in the jurors.
we'll try this one more time, shall we? Counsels?
Everyone can be seated. You may continue with your examination of Mr. Isom as it relates to the foundation.
Mr. Isom, you, I believe, previously indicated that you reviewed the divorce file as part of your investigation.
Yes.
And that's the court file.
Yes.
All right. And as part of your investigation, did you review the emails that were subject to Wendi Adelson's Google search for you?
Yes.
And in those emails, was there an email in which the contents of, well, let me ask you first about the motion. Did you review a motion where Dan Markel was seeking to restrict Donna Adelson's access to the children?
Yes, I did.
All right. And that motion was filed with the court.
Yes.
It was pending at the time of his death.
Yes.
And did you find in the emails any evidence that the contents of that motion were sent to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And is that tab AA of State's Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And Are the contents of that email substantially similar to the allegations made in the court filing?
Substantially, yes.
Okay. And what is the gist of what it is that Dan Markel is requesting?
He does not want Donna Adelson to have unsupervised contact with his children.
Why not?
Because of the statements that are made in here and that was shown in the court filing, that the children reflected that grandma says you're stupid, grandma says she hates you.
And
Objection. Here we go again.
at this time, Judge, I would also admit State's Exhibit 64,
All parts or just the part that does not include AA.
subject to turning up AA. I would seek to admit the whole thing.
States 64, any objection?
Just the objection previously made, Your Honor.
Concerning States 64, it will be admitted except for part AA and any later foundation that needs to be addressed.
Did
I miss
the
Rashi.
review of these emails contained in State's Exhibit 64, the defendant, Donna Adelson, use any strong language against Dan Markel?
Yes.
Did she call him any names?
Yes.
I would ask you to review State's Exhibit 64, tab DD.
Can't find them. Blessed.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What email is that?
This is from Donna to Wendi.
And does she call Dan any names in that email?
She calls him Elvis.
How about asshole?
I know it's in here.
Take your time. Have you ever seen an email where she called him an asshole?
I've seen an email. I don't see it here.
Okay, let's move on. Tab M, please.
Emma?
M as in Mike.
Emma.
Who? I guess tell us who it's to, who it's from, and the date, please.
It's from Donna to Wendi, March 6th, 2013.
Does she call Dan Markel any names in that email?
Yes, she does.
What names does she call him?
In this
Name.
particular email, after the first paragraph, it says that she calls him a major fucker.
Please refer to tab Q, a May 3rd of 13 email.
Yes,
Does that email, is it from Donna to Wendi?
it is.
And does it reference Wendy's relocation efforts?
Yes,
Does it indicate that Wendy's relocation efforts are extremely important to Donna Adelson?
yes,
Please reference tab B as in Victor, a June 25th email. Are you familiar with the court filing in which relocation was denied?
yes.
Do you know on which date relocation was denied?
June 20th, 2013.
So this is email on tab B as in Victor. Is it 5 days after relocation was denied?
It is June 26th, 2013.
Does Donna Adelson, the defendant, propose another plan to facilitate relocation in light of the court's ruling?
Yes,
So this is done after the court's ruling,
correct.
and relocation is still being discussed.
Yes.
Okay, what does she suggest?
She suggests that the children between Wendi and Dan start attending, or at least the ruse of them going to a Christian church or a Catholic church.
And to take pictures of it and send it to Dan Markel, right?
Yes,
Right.
To strong arm him into agreeing to the relocation, right?
correct. Coercion.
Ouch.
Did Donna
objections.
Adelson, the defendant in this case, suggest a bribe to Dan Markel to cause him to allow these kids to be moved to South Florida?
Yes,
Draw your attention to tab W. What is the proposal in reference to this bribe?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes,
Okay.
Cheaper to hire a hitman.
Were there any death benefits, any monies that were to be gained from the death of Dan Markel?
yes,
Did he have a life insurance policy?
he did.
What was the amount of the life insurance policy?
One of them was for $2 million,
And a second one for $60,000?
$60,000 from the second one through the law school.
Were there any survivor benefits for these kids?
$2 million, one for each child. We will watch my over 2 million views YouTube short, where Georgia and Wendi have that back and forth. I think in Katie's second trial, I don't think it was in Charlie's trial, as part of our Shorty Shorts, Adelson related Shorty Shorts kick live stream tomorrow night to finish off Camp Shorty. It's great. And also, yes, always evasive Wendi. Carry on, please, Miss What the Fuck, thanks.
in the event of Dan's death?
There was
What are those?
$4,800 a month.
Who gets that money for the disbursement of the kids?
Wendi Adelson.
What about through his employment at FSU Law School? Did he have a pension there?
Got a pension, a deferred comp, 401k,
And an estate worth some money, right?
approximately $300,000.
What was the total value of Mr. Markel's estate?
2.7 million.
As part of your investigation, did you attempt to establish a timeline of the victim's activities prior to his murder?
Yes.
What did he do that day?
At 8:50 a.m., he dropped off his children at the preschool daycare on West Stark Street. From there, he proceeded to go back across town to Premier Fitness Gym off of Village Square Boulevard.
Was there any surveillance at the gym?
Yes,
And was that collected by law enforcement?
it was.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 119, a thumb drive containing the surveillance collected from Premier Gym.
Any objection? There you are. State 119 is admitted.
And was the raw data or surveillance video collected from the gym compiled in a way that shows what it is we're looking for concerning Mr. Markel?
That's correct, yes.
Was that done in State's Exhibit 89?
I believe so.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, State's 89.
Any objection? There you are. State's 89 is admitted.
Were you able to see on this gym surveillance video Mr. Markel's vehicle enter the parking lot of the gym?
Yes,
At what time does he enter the parking lot of the
I
gym?
believe it was
9:11 sound right?
9:11, yes.
We're talking about AM. So you said he dropped the kids off at 8:50 and he arrives at the gym at 9:11?
8:50 a.m. is when he dropped the children off, and he signed them in at the daycare. And then at 9:11 is when you see his car enter the parking lot at Premier, all on July 18th, 2014.
And were you able to see anything sinister about the parking lot of Premier Gym on the morning of Mr. Markel's shooting?
Following Markel's car entering the lot, a short time later,
Oh,
a vehicle enters the lot that is similar in description from
what Louis?
the next
Watch
door witness,
Luis's
Mr. Geiger.
testimony. Sorry, I can't wait to watch. It just reminded me I haven't seen any of Luis's testimony. It's going to be a first watch for me.
And it just got loaded, so it's defluffed.
Ooh, excellent. Thank you, Trial Channel. We love you. I was going to say something else, but it's gone. So that Holly Street's in the house. Sup, girl? Good to see you.
And what does the suspect vehicle do when Mr. Markel enters the gym?
It parks, and no one gets out of the car.
How long does the suspect vehicle stay there while Mr. Markel's in the gym?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it's quite some time that the whole time he's in the gym, and even after he comes out, gets back in his car and leaves. That's when the car leaves at the same time.
Okay, so the whole time he's in the gym doing his workout, the suspect Prius is in the parking lot.
Correct.
And when he comes out to leave and gets in his vehicle, what happens with the Prius then?
The Prius follows.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 89. I'm sorry, I have introduced it. I'm asking to publish it at this time. Thank you. Is this black vehicle Mr. Markel's vehicle?
Yes, it's a black Honda
Still
Polo.
more clear. Manhattan. Not as clear as Milwaukee.
Same
though.
car.
Huh? Yes, Holly. TikTok, Wendi. TikTok, bitch. Wendi.
And that's Mr. Markel parking right there behind the flagpole.
That's correct.
What is this vehicle?
That will be the suspect vehicle, green Prius.
Okay, consistent with the description given by Mr. Geiger.
They said a light colored or silverish, and the car color is a silver pine mica.
Who's that in the blue circle?
That's Mr. Markel. I think,
don't think Teslas were around then, Simi. 2014. Nah. He wasn't that
That's him in the red shirt?
ostentatious
That's
with
correct.
his money. Either.
It's Mr. Markel entering Premier's main doors.
Ah, Dan. Holly, this is my case. This is more my case than Karen Reed. 100% more my case than Karen Reed. Although I love, that's the wrong word. All in for Karen Reed. But hi.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it's not that you love Karen Reed's case. You are passionate about Karen Reed and her case.
Yes, that. That's great. Thank you, because my words sometimes don't make sense in my brain or when they come out.
I know what you're thinking usually. Same brain.
What do we see in this image?
I'm sorry.
What do we see in this portion of the tape?
That's the suspect vehicle, Prius, driving through the parking lot.
At this point, is Mr. Markel inside the gym?
He's inside, yes.
Doing his workout. Maybe Simmy. Maybe I'm wrong. I've never heard the word Tesla. I don't think Tesla's.
This is still in the front section.
Keep watching. I'll check something.
This is still part of the Premier Gym parking lot?
Correct. Yes, it's just the opposite camera facing the opposite direction. And this is the car reversing course coming back towards the front door.
Yep.
Keep sighing. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
Okay, now
sigh into
what's
the
the time on the
microphone.
video here?
Apologies.
10:30. I think it says 10:38.
Is this Mr. Markel exiting the gym at this
He's
point?
exiting the coming same door to him. I'm sorry, it's 10:33 on the timestamp.
Thank you.
I don't know why it posted that out of order, but that's what Google says. They were around, but not really accessible. Hori Slaybell.
That's Mr. Markel making his way to the parking lot where his car is parked.
Look at you go, Holly, spitting facts. Thank you. Dan drove a black 2008 Honda Accord. Thank you.
Once he gets in the car, does he sit there a few minutes, or is that at the front end?
I'm sorry?
Does he sit in his car for a few minutes at one point?
Just a short period of time. Then his car starts backing up.
What is that?
That's him exiting.
And when we see the suspect vehicle pulled out
It's coming
behind
from the
him?
backside. See it? Same suspect vehicle following the direction of Markel's car.
All right, and it exits the parking lot at 10:39 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And based on what would be the logical route from here to Mr. Markel's home, did you try to get some additional surveillance to see if you catch the suspect vehicle any further?
It's a doozy.
What was that?
That was the location was the business. No, I'm sorry, it was a bus video off of a bus at McClay Commerce Boulevard and Thomasville Road.
All right. And were you able to actually find some bus video from
Pause,
both
please, Ms. What the fuck?
before
Sorry.
and after the shooting?
Isn't it interesting how Yuri Bukaki leaning on the witness stand made us all be like, sir. But Craig Isom, man, you just relax there. I love it. I love his demeanor so much. He knows this case inside out. Holly, thank you. I should have let someone else say that.
Well. I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
And Holly, I am so glad you are so invested in this case. Same, girl. It's a rip snorter. You're probably not familiar with that. That's a very Australian phrase. Yes. Okay. Yes, Ms. Wait, sorry, Ms. What the fuck? It says Holly. No, wait. What the fuck says Holly Street? I feel you. The first time Lisa talked about it, I got so invested. You just jumped in the rabbit hole both feet, right? You've watched more of these trials than I have because I haven't watched. Ms. What the fuck? I haven't watched the full Katie and Sigfredo ones. I've watched bits and pieces of Katie's trial, and yeah, but not all of them. So you know more than me.
The first time you talked about it, it was so it drew me in so intensely. So yeah, I did go back and watch every single thing that there was out there, all of the trials that were available. I was all over that shit.
Which is funny, interesting, given that someone dropped a comment, and Lainey, badass that she is, good friend, who said to me, what was the comment? It was terrible grammar. Anyway, some shade comment about how, excuse me, I couldn't explain anything and I couldn't cover the story, but also, or maybe that's true for you too. Maybe you're like, this sounds interesting, but I don't understand what Shorty's saying, so I'm going to watch all the trials.
No. Not at all. You definitely, when you spoke about it the first time and just this last time, but when you spoke about it the first time, it was so fascinating. I'm like, I need to know everything. How is there more than one trial already? How did this already happen twice? What do you mean there's all these people? I need to know everything. I'm also autistic, so.
Part of my problem is that in my brain, my thoughts are cohesive, coherent, and I am so fucking smart. And then I go to talk about it, and my brain goes. It's actually quite a common autistic neurodivergent thing to not necessarily be able to articulate the degree of sheer brilliance. Subject. Holly, yes, the trial channel does have not all. She's got. The Charlie Adelson trial is there. There's a playlist, all the usual trial channel stuff. So go and binge it after this one or whatever. Did Charlie testify? Yeah. Lady said, he said, you are nice women, but unlistenable. You simply do not convey the story. And I was like, sir, you're going to need to use your whole words because I can't understand you. And also thanks for the engagement by moi.
I do want to say the other trials for Katie and Sigfredo, those were, I think I found them on Court TV back, like you had to like scroll back and find them.
Excuse me. And Holly also, because you come in, because you just joined, tomorrow night we're going to go through and watch all of my Adelson Shorty shorts, YouTube shorts on Kick. So that's fun's the wrong word, but it kind of is. I put music to them. We can't watch them on YouTube. They're okay on the shorts feed, but you can't watch them on this trial because they've all got copyright music, but that's fun. So yes, Charlie testified. He will be testifying again. Charlie is a fucking schmuck. He's such a narcissistic blah, 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 blah. He loves the sound of his own voice more than me. No, more than... Who's someone who's testified recently? Like Robert Tellis. That wasn't recently, but you know what I mean. Yeah, he just.
You can definitely tell that he and Wendi are related. Like,
God, yes.
They just love themselves so much. Actually, you know what? I can't wait for Robert to show up, and I want to see what he's like.
Yes. And Lainey said, and I said, English is not your first language, ? Asking due to your unintelligible comment, poor grammar, and for blaming your lack of comprehension on Miss Shorty.
Oh my God, Lainey.
In my head, I heard.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, whatever. It's all engagement. Like, cute. Thanks. Thanks for the engagement.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, thank you, Lainey. You got my back. I loved it. Size, all the size.
And were those the raw data that you collected from the bus compiled into clips similar to what we saw on the gym video?
That's correct.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence States Exhibit 120, a thumb drive containing the bus raw data, and States Exhibit 90, a disc containing the bus video clips.
States 90 and then 20 of them.
Permission to publish states 90.
Right?
No, we're getting to it, Holly. Luis Rivera, he's next.
Right,
I haven't
you can
seen it.
pause it
I
for
didn't
just a minute.
get it. I didn't get it in time because of time difference. I was 4 hours behind. So Luis Rivera is after Craig Isom. So it's going to be my first watch. So exciting. He's the most credible, like literally of all the witnesses in Charlie's trial, other than like law enforcement and stuff. I mean, gangbanging murderer guy, but so credible. A lot of time for Luis Rivera. There's a funny moment where Georgia in Charlie's trial, Georgia asks Luis how she knew Wendi, who she was, and she said, "Did you know?" Because Dan Markel had a blog called Prof Blog, and we'll get to it in testimony. And she asks Luis Rivera if he knew Wendi from the blog, and he goes, "The blog was Wendi, fucking hilarious." I've got it was so funny. He thought she said blonde, but Luis Rivera didn't know what a blog was. I don't really even know what a blog was. Ask Turtle Boy, but yeah, funny, hilarious.
Can you orient us? Is this the McClay Commerce?
Yes, this is the bus is pointing east. So just beyond that circle is where the flyover starts. If you're going southbound, you can take a flyover to get on Capitol Circle after you pass McClay Gardens and everything. So this car is on Thomasville Road, not the flyover, and it is going southbound.
All right, and this camera is mounted on the bus. That's how we were able to get this image?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a city bus.
Continue, please. The time on this, 10:44 a.m. Is that
Correct.
right? And what is this orange circle?
This is the Prius going the same direction as Markel's car, southbound on Thomasville Road.
He's so matter of fact,
now where are we?
isn't he? Can't wait to
This
see him.
is southbound on Thomasville. We've gone underneath the I-10 overpass, and we're at Metropolitan Boulevard. And the bus just so happens to pull up right behind the Prius.
Based on the image in this exhibit right here, were you able to deduce the tag number of the Prius?
No,
That would have saved you a lot of
a
trouble,
lot
wouldn't it?
of time. Yes. So the video could not be enhanced anymore.
Does the evidence suggest that Markel had already gone on through past this traffic light?
Correct, because this car was behind Markel's car. So he must have beat the light or got to the intersection before this.
Okay, now can you orient us?
I believe we're now at Thomasville Road, southbound at Benton. And that circle was the Prius in the left turn lane to go from Thomasville eastbound on Benton Road.
And is that the way to Mr. Markel's residence?
Not this time. He turned beforehand. We found out later on.
You found out later that Mr. Markel turned later on.
Yes.
But
that
this is the
car
way the
turned.
suspect vehicle goes.
Right. He turns left.
Okay, can you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Benton Road,
Yes.
the way he turned?
Yes.
All right, now, can you back it up, please? So the last time we see the suspect vehicle turning off Thomasville onto Benton Road is what time? Hit play, please.
10:40, 10:51.
Okay. And what time does our, pause it please, what time does our 911 call come in?
11:02 a.m.
Okay, so he was killed between 10:51 and 11:02.
Well, we narrowed it down even more than that. But,
Okay, tell me how you narrowed it down further.
well, this bus now, this is a different bus. Same city bus route, but this is a totally different bus. It's northbound on Thomasville Road. So based on the time, this bus is northbound, the shooting has already happened. And you'll see that the Prius catches up in the same lane as that black vehicle there next to the bus at 10:55, I believe. 10:55. Here it comes.
So that helps you narrow it down to what as the time of death?
10:50, well, 10:51, he's in the Prius is in the turn lane. At 10:55, they've already left Prescott and they're northbound towards I-10.
Okay, and you say they. Why do you say they?
Well, here shortly, you'll see what appears to be two different individuals in the front seat of this car.
See something white moving around in the passenger seat?
Yeah, the white shirt, the person in that side of the car seems extremely animated, excited. And the other side, the best view that I've ever gotten is someone's in a black, solid black shirt or upper top.
All right, and this is a slowed down version to try to get a better look at those occupants. All right.
Did it
what
say
are
two
these orange
twats?
circles indicating?
These are
Did it say two twats, or is that what your brain read? Hope 8 fit. Did it say two twats? That'd be hilarious.
I don't know. We're gonna find out because it's very important to know.
Yes, it is.
All right. What are these orange circles indicating?
These are characteristics of this car that we found to be unique. The passenger side mirror is solid black. These cars have, when they come new, the mirror is the same color as the car, the mirror casing on the outside. This one's been replaced, it appears, because it's black. The circle in the middle of the top of the windshield, that appears to be a sun pass or toll type pass activator. And then the lower bumper circle, that's where a tow hook can be threaded in for towing purposes, but otherwise it has a cap over it, and the cap is missing.
Were you able to deduce anything about the year of the Toyota Prius?
Based on the research that we did through Toyota, this was established to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius, and the color, as I said before, is silver pine mica.
All right. Is it fair to characterize your investigation as having kind of two different veins?
Do we see twats?
I didn't, but I got distracted.
Same, I forgot. I think it was probably a budget rental car, Holly. I don't know how. I think they went with like whatever budget brand thing.
Oh, because the mirror thing?
Because it was a repair.
Oh, yeah. I mean, fair.
Looking at motive over here, and we're looking at the Prius over here.
Correct.
And you mentioned the sun pass transponder. So we know this Prius, I'm assuming it's not the only silver pine mica Prius between 06 and 09 in the state.
Correct.
All right. So what do we do to try to track down the sun pass transponder?
I contacted Florida Department of Transportation, who administers the sun pass, and wanted to find out, what's the likelihood of that kind of car having a sun pass, and I was overwhelmed with there was thousands. So that wasn't narrowing down anything very quick.
At that time, was SunPass more affiliated with South Florida, or did pretty much everybody in Tallahassee have one?
No, south and central, anything Orlando south for the most part.
Okay. Did you have any indication based on the surveillance video available as to where the vehicle went after it fled from Markel's residence?
I just know that right here it's going northbound towards I-10 from Thomasville.
All right. Let's watch to the end.
This intersection is Ernestine, so this is north of Benton, and back towards I-10.
Was any cell phone analysis worked on in this case?
Excuse me?
Cell phone analysis.
Yes.
Who performed the cell phone analysis?
Sergeant Corbett.
And is that something that was going on simultaneously as you doing this SunPass?
That's correct.
Thing? Okay. And did Corbett's work include trying to look for phones of interest traveling in the areas that we know where you found our suspect vehicle?
That and Premier Jim.
And we will talk to Sergeant Corbett later, but based on his analysis, did you have an idea or develop an idea of the route that your suspects may have taken?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do to follow up on that?
Well, initially, because of our large expanse of cars, we started looking for South Florida at any cars going through the interchange southbound at Wildwood, where you get on the turnpike from I-75. And that was that it was going back to South Florida and coming across Alligator Island.
All right. And were you able to backtrack and find the toll plaza record or SunPass record of the vehicle coming to Tallahassee as well?
Correct. On the 16th of July, that same transponder, we're talking about the sticker on the windshield, that same transponder went through from Broward County, West Broward County, through the other end of the toll plaza. There's one on each end. There's nothing in the middle. But one going eastbound, that same transponder, on the 16th of July, cut across Alligator Alley, and then presumably went up 75, which the phone records will show that. And then the return trip was the first one we found.
And did that help you identify the particular SunPass transponder by like an identification number?
Yes.
And is a particular SunPass transponder affiliated with a particular vehicle through some type of SunPass vehicle?
Right. It shows the customer who purchased the SunPass, and they submit what kind of vehicle it is, the tag number, in case the SunPass, the transponder doesn't work, they could still use their credit because it'll take a picture of the tag.
All right. So what did you learn about the suspect vehicle at this time from the SunPass stuff?
It was a rental. It was a rental from a Miami car rental place called Save Gas.
Did law enforcement go to Save Gas in
They did.
Miami?
There it is.
Was there any
Save gas.
documentation discovered at that business
There
related
was.
to the rental of this vehicle?
There was.
67. Let's approach and say
Green
we
card,
are
huh?
at State 67. Recognize State 67?
Yes.
Okay, is that the rental contract that you found at the Save Gas related to your suspect vehicle?
That's correct.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that exhibit or that document? Moving evidence, State 67, Your Honor.
67 is a minute.
Permission to publish 67. And what did we learn about people that rented the car from this State 67? Not on there?
Or does this document, Luis Rivera, Normandy Drive in Miami is the one that rented this car?
And did he provide a phone number for himself?
Yes.
Is that the number listed right here?
Yes.
Okay. And any other drivers listed on the contract?
No driver listed there, but up in the top, you see the word brother and a phone number that became significant.
All right. And whose phone number were you able to associate? Who were you able to associate this phone number with? The brother.
Sigfredo Garcia.
When was this
How
vehicle
good is
rented?
it?
This on the 16th of July. I'm sorry, this shows 15th. 15th of July.
Okay. And when was it due back?
It's due back on the 17th of July.
Didn't go back on the 17th. Then.
No, I don't think it got back till the 21st.
Excuse me.
I can show you what I'm marking the stations in 65. Recognize State 65?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a traffic citation that we discovered Luis Rivera received on I-75.
On I-75 on the way to Tallahassee in the Prius?
No, it was a different car. This was dated June 4th.
I'm sorry, I showed you. We'll have to circle back to that. All right. Let me ask you
Turf
about
wars.
phone.
Turf
You mentioned that
wars.
Sergeant Corbett was working on the phone records. I'm going to approach and show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 55. Recognize this exhibit?
I do.
This is sort of a forward part of all the folks whose phone numbers we collected in this case, or many of them.
Yes, that's correct.
And by stipulation, Judge, these phone numbers often associated with the folks on the chart, so I'd ask you to have it States 55.
Yes, no objection. 55 is admitted at this time.
All right. Now, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, those are the two subjects that you establish as being in the Prius. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And these are their phone numbers.
Donna
that
was a
have
real
been associated with
beauty,
them
wasn't
listed
she?
beneath
Look how
them.
gorgeous she is.
Correct.
And we've got two different numbers for Luis Rivera. Is that right?
Rivera had two separate numbers, but his main one was 570. That was on
Thruple.
the contract.
All right. And the nicknames that are shown there, are those the nicknames that those two go by?
I'm in the way.
Correct.
Mm.
Tito and Tato.
Tuto and Tato.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to establish any link
Tiny Shorty.
through people between the two that came in the Prius and the Adelson family?
No.
Okay. Were you able to establish any type? Did you develop a theory or any evidence as to why these two people came to Tallahassee to murder Dan Markel?
Well, eventually we learned that the female, Catherine Magbanua, was the mother of Sigfredo Garcia's children and considered each other spouses, to my best understanding.
Okay. And
At
did
the
she
same
have?
time,
Go ahead.
we also found out that she had been dating and in a relationship with Charlie Adelson.
All right. So initially, was there any connection between these two guys from Miami and Dan Markel?
None.
Hey,
All
girl.
right. So this was the connection that was established, turned out to be Catherine Magbanua.
The only connection we could find.
Okay. And was that done through phone records and ultimately other communication records and testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you, as a result of developing...
I'm sorry, what, Stephanie? Stephanie? I'm sorry, what? I don't even like cheese?
That's just disrespectful on so many levels.
Do I even know you, Stephanie?
Our
You've
whole
just never mentioned?
have been lies.
It's all the marriage is based on lies and misconceptions.
It's like Nick Casotis. It's like yeah. Yeah.
I can't breathe. No, Steph says, no, Lisa, I told you this in all caps. She's like, babe, I swear, I did tell you.
It was Jim. It was Jim McIntyre did it.
Oh my God.
Mhm.
Okay, listen, it's not a deal breaker. We can work through this.
You just would like to know.
I mean, is it too much to ask? Do I even really know the real you? Oh.
Catherine Magbanua as a potential suspect.
I'm gonna need a minute.
At all.
Yes.
All right. And did that include an investigation into her employment?
Hi, life
Correct.
artist.
What was her employment status around the time of this murder?
At the time of the murder, I believe she worked at
Cognitive dissonance is real.
another dental office somewhere, but post-murder,
Sorry.
she started receiving compensation from the Adelson Institute.
What is the Adelson Institute?
It's a dental practice.
We're gonna work through it. I swear, Steph, I'm so sorry. I've ruined your safe place. I don't know, man. Betrayal is the worst. What about pizza? Sorry, this is important. What do you have? Do you have cheese on pizza? What about on burgers? What are we doing here? Where is the line drawn? I'm not sure. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I can breathe. It's fine. That's okay. You know what? I'll do anything for you, Steph, even if it's not like that. Actually, that's perfect. It means I don't have to share my cheese. Love it. Carry on as you were. All the more cheese for me.
According to online information operated by Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
Okay. And were the two of them dentists?
Yes, I believe Charlie is recognized as a periodontist.
Did you come to learn what Donna Adelson's role, if any, was in that business?
Yes, she was clerical and kept book for the business.
Did you attempt to procure some employment records from the Adelson Institute to verify Ms. Magbanua's employment?
We did.
All right, tell us about that.
There's a middle ground here. There's a middle ground.
Myself and Special Agent Sanford from the FBI went to the office, physically to the office in Broward County, Tamarack, and served a subpoena seeking record for the employment of Catherine Magbanua, and we received nothing at the initial time. Later on, the best I could get from, I believe it was an attorney that represented that dental office, just a list of checks that were paid checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua. No W-2, no
Focus.
for
Important
nothing
testimony.
for what she actually did.
My
as
bad.
Being employed at that institute.
What was it? Regular business hours when you entered there physically?
Yes.
Was Ms. Magbanua present when you entered the building?
No.
And did the employees that you have contact with seem to know who she was or what it was that she did there?
The initial person that I spoke to at the desk, at the front desk, she had no idea who this person was, who Magbanua was. The other person that came up to the front She said she knew the name, but did not know what her responsibilities were with the company.
And the person that knew the name, who is that?
Erica Johnson, I believe.
And I'm gonna approach and show you 68. Recognize 68?
Yes, this is all I received as far as any type of records for Magbanwa and her relationship with the Adelson Institute.
Right. And did the records include any job description for Ms. Magbanwa?
No.
Any employment application?
No.
Schedule?
No.
Timesheet?
Nope.
W-2 forms or tax filing records?
No.
Any performance evaluations?
None.
So only the checks.
Only the checks.
According to those checks, during what period of time was Catherine Magbanwa on the Adelson Institute payroll?
From September of 2014 all the way, this particular one shows March of 2016, but I believe it goes further than that into May 2016.
Okay. So it starts shortly after the homicide, about 2 months?
Yes.
He interviewed Wendi a couple of hours after Holly.
The homicide happened July 18th.
Well, watch your
and the
interview one
first
time. Sorry.
Check was dated September 18th.
For what pay period?
What words? I know it's been done before, but at some point in the aftermath of this, after Wendy's arrested, we'll have plenty to talk about in preparation for her trial. Yes. But we might do a stream where we just watch Wendy's interview with Isom, and it's questionable as to whether he was picking up her lying McLiar, what she was putting down, if she was, excuse me, salami burp, if he was buying what she was selling or whether he was skeptical. He's never really been candid about how believable he thought she was, but when you watch the interview, it's like 5 hours. It's just like, it's not an interrogation, it's an interview. The performance of a lifetime. So bad. Learnt from her mother. But he seemed to be buying what she was selling. So she was batting her eyelashes at him somewhat. She was putting on the damsel in distress thing, I think, yes. And you don't want to be callous to a grieving ex-wife. Anyway, carry on. Thank you, Ms. Motherfucker.
I don't see the pay period on this one.
But presumably she'd be paid for a pay period that had concluded.
According to the way this is laid out.
All right, and we are going to learn more about the bump or the undercover operation, but is it fair to say the checks terminated shortly after the undercover operation in 2016?
Yes.
Did you notice in your review of that exhibit, the documents provided by the Adelson Institute, that some of those check numbers were consecutive?
Yes, I did.
Who signed those checks?
Donna Adelson.
All of them?
Oh,
Everyone.
Shit, Donna.
Were you ever able to develop any
shit,
evidence that
Donna.
Magbanwa was physically going to the Adelson Institute during these pay periods?
Never.
Any evidence that she performed some service offsite for that business?
Nothing was established that showed that.
Nope.
Evidence of any contact with any patients?
No.
And you were, we'll learn later, listening to some of her phone calls, right?
That's correct.
When was Catherine Magbanwa arrested for her role in this murder?
October 1, 2016.
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was she allowed to contact her lawyer from the arrest scene?
Yes.
Did you speak to her attorney as well?
I did.
Who was her attorney?
Tara Kawas.
What happened after that phone call?
After Ms. Magbanwa was placed into a car for transport to the Broward County Jail, way less than 20 minutes later, I received a phone call on my phone.
Relevance. Testify to something that has nothing to do with lifeline.
Obviously, objection. Cappleman, please lay the foundation as this matter in this trial.
God.
Go ahead, sir.
So so let me back up. So while Ms. Magbanwa was detained on scene, where she was arrested in the daytime, daylight hours, she was allowed to place a call to her attorney. She spoke to her attorney. I spoke to her attorney, and I asked that
She lawyered up.
when representing her at the time, that she contact her client, Magbanwa, at the Broward County Jail, and if in fact she wanted to cooperate with the investigation, to call me back
So you were interested in getting information from Ms. Magbanua?
Correct.
Information about the other parties involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
So I mean by cooperation is if she wanted to provide testimony about other players in this. And so I told Ms. Gawas, if you'll talk to your client, obviously out of my presence, and if she decides to cooperate, call me back and I will go to the Broward County Jail and meet.
Did that happen?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, like I said, within less than 20 minutes from that conversation, I received a phone call from a gentleman that identified himself as David Marcus, who said he was an attorney representing Charlie Adelson. And he asked that if Charlie Adelson was to be arrested, if I would just contact him. And
There's relevance. This is not co-conspirator.
Okay, mate. Okay, Newsom, Newland.
To the last objection, I will sustain it. You may continue, Ms. Cappleman.
So you speak to Kawas, and your next phone call is from Charlie's lawyer.
Correct.
No further questions.
Absolutely, Candy. Mad hubris. Motherfuckers.
So,
oh look, court photographer.
at the time of this investigation, when it began, how long had you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
25 years.
You'd spent vast majority of your career as an investigator detective.
No, I've probably spent most of my career as a street officer.
Okay. At the time of
He's
this,
got
how
some
long have you
nostrils,
been
this guy.
detective?
6 years.
His nose and my nose
And
very different.
you continue to be the lead for Tallahassee Police Department on this investigation.
Pause,
until you
please,
retire,
Ms.
correct?
What the fuck? So for starters, Ms. What the fuck's avatar there in the bottom right of the screen is baby Josh Newland. But also, sir, don't you understand that when you stand up from the defense table, you're supposed to button your suit jacket, your coat, like per Alan Jackson, because that's manners. He's got it open. Okay.
Now, it's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, for you to be thorough. correct?
Zellman.
Yes.
Josh
You don't want
Zellman?
to leave essentially any stone unturned.
Let me check.
Yes.
I've got it
Obviously
written
within
down.
reason.
Yes.
You talked about
Zellman.
your agency beginning to obtain cellular phone records of the Adelson family pretty early on, correct?
Mm,
You started getting them in July,
yes.
and you learned that Wendi Adelson's parents, my client and her husband, lived in Miami, correct?
I believe at the time it was Coral Springs, but
They had a place on Miami Beach.
well, I know that they ended up in Miami Beach. I don't recall at the time.
Holly says, can we pause? I have a question. Yes. Go ahead, ma'am. I have many questions, not necessarily related to any of this, but just life stuff.
I just realized we have to wait because now she doesn't know that we paused for she's
Is that Detective Joe Kender behind this dude? No, that's Phil Markel, Dan's father. Let's just check to make sure. He's concerned about what Josh Zellman is asking. Zellman.
went back a little.
He's got the sweater slung over his shoulders, very Florida. Look at Craig Isom's facials. He's like, what are we asking here?
Wendi
Edson.
Okay, well, it'll go back to
Kender is cool.
Oh, there we go.
Wait.
Who are we
So
looking?
I thought the lady with the glasses underneath Dan's picture in the top corner. Oh, wait. There's the guy from Dateline, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the guy from Dateline.
And I thought the lady with the glasses just to his right on our screen was Fancy Fiction, but I don't think it is. So then, okay, keep play. I'm pretty sure it's Phil Markel. Get me out of the way. Like down. Realistically, we don't care what he's asking because it's stupid.
Yeah.
What's his name? The guy from the show? What's his name? Dateline guy?
I don't know.
He has a dark beige suit. Oh, this guy, that's not Joe Kender. Isn't Joe Kender got white hair? White hair? God.
Who are you talking about?
RDK. I just
Yeah.
circled it with my mouse. Can you see it? The lady behind the guy from Dateline? I don't know.
This
Dennis
person?
Murphy. Thanks. Pammy's back. Comes in with a zinger. Damn it. I can't remember. I don't know anything. Looks like the Listen Turtle guy. Joe DePietro. That's not him. He doesn't get leave Massachusetts.
I don't think he's allowed to. I think he probably is court ordered. Certain.
Pammy says it's Dennis Murphy. Pammy says Dennis Murphy. Is that who you thought was Joe Kender? Because doesn't Joe Kender have white hair? Wow, look at us going raveling down things. Press
I
play.
have
and
no
I'll just
idea who that is, by the way.
I do. I know who he is.
Did you ever?
Oh, wait. Pause. Okay, pause. What am I doing? How do I do this? Share screen. Hang on. It does look very much like him, but I don't think it's him.
Are you taking over? Okay.
Un momento. Can you see that?
Yes.
But how do I make it bigger? Why didn't I know how to do this? You did it the other day, and I'm like, oh, what? You can make it enlarge?
Touchpad, or are you using a mouse?
Mouse. I don't know. Something.
Can you just
Images
while you're on it?
It's too technical. Different guy. That's who Holly thinks is Joe Kender. They're very similar looking. Strongly agree. Can you guys see that? Y'all?
No.
He's right there. It's not Joe Kender. White lady hair behind dude talking. Wait, what?
This one?
That's not Joe Kender. Hang on. Share your screen. I'll stop screen. Wait, what? Jeez Louise. Me, now you.
Okay.
Kender doesn't have white hair. Oh, that's a lady.
We're like, what? Who? Or is it? No, yeah. This is the only white hair person. Okay. I'm so confused.
I don't know. Not sure. Some things are left unanswered in life. Okay.
You already made a connection between the investigation and the Adelson family at this point, pretty quickly.
I wouldn't say
It's
that.
the Dateline guy,
Over
Dennis Murphy.
A couple years.
Per Pammy.
By the time June of 2016 comes, comes about, you've already made that connection.
Oh yes, by that time, yes.
Okay. And you contacted the SunPass Authority for my client's SunPass records, correct?
No.
No, you didn't. Did you contact the Turnpike Authority for construction records for the Turnpike?
Construction records?
Yes.
No.
What about for I-95 or 595?
We don't need them, man.
To my knowledge, there is no, and I believe I established that with the FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, that there was no toll system on 95.
Okay. I was asked about construction records on 95.
I did not inquire about construction records.
What about accident records?
Accident
In
records?
front of the lady, not Joe Kender, Dennis Murphy. Lock it in. Confirmed.
Isn't it true that my
confirmed as
client
it's fitting.
and her husband shared an email address?
I believe they did.
Yeah, wait.
You learned that during your investigation. In fact, I think Wendi said that, didn't she, in her interview with you?
I don't recall whether she said it.
Where is... You have to... Mr. Isom, you identified email.
Pause again. Sorry. It's 1 quadrillion %.
64, correct?
Dennis Murphy, because that's the guy that's in the court, right? Dateline, Dennis Murphy guy. Didn't he do the Body in the Snow? Or Night of the Nor'easter? One of them? That's Dennis Murphy. Similar look to Joe Kender. Oh, he looks a bit like a monkey. No offense.
I still don't know who you're talking about. I mean, I know who this guy is. I don't know who Joe Kender is.
You're showing your age there, you little one, because Joe Kender did stuff like anyway, like 48 hours kind of stuff, as in before there was streaming services. He'd do like the true crimey shows, like Forensic Files or something. Is it? something. Okay, okay, I'm out. We're going back to trial. Let's go back to court. God, hang on. But I can see how you thought they're very similar. Oh.
And according to your testimony, these are emails between my client and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And in some of these emails, my client called Danny Markel bad names.
Yes.
She never actually said she hated him, did she, in any of these emails?
Came through the grandchildren.
Okay. At the time, the grandchildren were 3 and 4.
I don't recall the age. They were young.
And you also testified about a bribe. You are not a family law attorney, are you?
No.
Okay. And you have no idea whether or not it's permitted for one party to offer any sort of financial incentive to another party when it comes to relocation.
That's not in my realm.
And you also testified about Mr. Markel's life insurance policy, pension, and you said that those funds went to his children with Wendi as a custodian?
Some of them, and some of them was Dan Markel's sister as a custodian.
Okay. Did my client receive any financial benefit in the form of Danny's life insurance, his pension, or anything else?
Not that I could tell.
Going back to those emails, especially the one the state highlighted concerning the Catholic Church and dressing the kids up, Wendi didn't take those suggestions, did she?
No.
You testified just now concerning your attempt to obtain employment records for Ms. McBanawa from the Adelson Institute. Small business, right?
It appeared to be.
Just a handful of employees?
Yeah, there was only 2 there at the time.
You don't know whether or not any of the employees had a written job description?
No, I do not know that.
You don't know if any of the employees' files had evaluations or job reviews?
I didn't see that. I would think with that type of business and working on people's mouths and so forth, that there would be a little scrutiny involved.
But you don't know if they kept those records for any employee?
I have no idea. I was only seeking and only had cause to seek for McBanawa.
And when Ms. McBanawa was arrested, you testified that you received a call from someone who identified himself as Charlie's attorney, correct?
After her arrest, the gentleman that called my number was he identified himself as an attorney for Charlie Adelson.
Not Donna Adelson.
Not Donna.
Now, is it unusual in an investigation like this
for
a defense attorney to contact you?
Yes.
About whether
Please, pause, please. Yes, Lainey, this is what could be more egregious. Part of that is that Dan, the Markels were very devout. That's the wrong word. Very, very, very Jewish. Very Jewish. Donna and the Adelsons, Jewish style, like kosher style. So to suggest that to dig at and get to Dan by like pretending to suggest that they were going to convert his Jewish children to Catholicism and send them to Sunday school and take photos of them outside the front of Sunday school, like Catholic. Yikes! Just vile shit. The most, just like mean, like. Ugh. My words, da fuck, correct, da fucked. Strong in his faith. Thank you, Broadwich. You're articulating it far better than I can verbally. Reform Jews. Thank you, Pierre. Yikes. I got to remember that. Reform Jews. Thank you. Okay, carry on. Big nostrils. Newland. Zellman.
I wouldn't say that.
I must be tired. I had a big week at work.
It was shocking to me that within that short time frame, the only way that this person would have knowledge would be from McBanawa's attorney. So there would be contact between McBanawa's attorney and this person identifying himself as Charlie's attorney in a very short time. No media, nothing had been divulged.
So what you found unusual was the short time frame, not the phone call itself.
No, it was immediate, and I'm basically telling Kawas, if your client wants to cooperate, contact them. Don't call somebody else that's a co-conspirator, their attorney.
You didn't receive a call from anyone identifying themselves as Donna's attorney in that instant, did you?
Sir.
Okay. Ms. Cappleman asked you about what has been coined the grandmother motion. Again, you're not a family law attorney.
Right, still not.
And So although you read the motion,
Yes.
and you're educated, absent having some legal knowledge, can you interpret what is being requested in the motion?
What's the point of this?
Pretty plain.
I'm glad you said that. Now I want to go back to the emails.
I'm glad you said that. I'm sorry. That's so snotty.
What did I say?
You said, "What's the point of this?" And then
yes.
he responded.
Well, because they're just asking questions that are dumb questions for Craig Isom. It does this defense team is a fucking shit show. Just gonna say it.
I mean, I think it shows. It makes it obvious that they were not prepared to come in after the whole fiasco with Ash Bomb getting duped.
Charlie really fucked it for his mum, didn't he? By not signing that waiver and then throwing a grenade into a spanner in the works. And it's such a voluminous case, and these people don't have that. Like Rashi was the family law attorney, yeah, wow. And you know what? They don't have the passion or the knowledge. And it shows. They come across as kind of shysters.
They come across as though they're just like hired guns that think that, they can apply any regular case logic to this case, rather than actually applying this is such a complex case, right? And they're not applying that.
And they don't like Georgia and Sarah are so composed and classy, even just their aesthetic. And this guy with, I don't know, like it's just, there's nothing really solid about them, from their argument to the way they're going about questioning the witness. Oh, is this the first witness they've cross-examined?
Yeah, they haven't asked anybody else anything.
Like, and the opening statements, I don't know, man. I feel like it's like this is not going to end well for Donna. It was never going to, but this ain't it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Lainey's heading off to watch, what are you watching? Something.
I think I saw
Alien Earth. Enjoy, and we will see you tomorrow night, if not later. And yes, Rashi is at home sniffing his fingers. All right.
I'm going to use the board. The emails that you testified were between my client and her mother. I'm going to show you 64 EE.
EE.
Let's see. The sender of this email is not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, it doesn't. I don't know who it's from. It's not showing it.
Okay. It's an evite.com invitation.
I'm in the way.
Okay.
Oh my
You don't have
god.
any personal knowledge as to how these are generated, do you?
Someone has to go through this program to get it set up and set out.
But you don't have any personal knowledge as to how that's done, do you?
No.
His
Next page
facials.
is EE. It's August 30th, 2014 email to Wendi. The sender is donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
That's correct.
Joint email.
That's not Donna Adelson, is it?
I believe that's her husband.
They have a joint email, you fool. Like people have joint Facebooks because they
Next.
don't trust each other. No shade if you've got a joint
It's an
Facebook.
email
Weird.
dated September 12th, 2014. And the sender is saying that Lincoln will attend Top Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Isn't that what it says?
Yes, it does.
Who's it from?
It's from donnaharvey@gmail.com.
And whose name is next to that?
It says Harvey Adelson.
I'm going to show you 64FF.
Oh, ex-judge is playing Candy
This
Crush.
is, again, from donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name is there?
Where it says from?
Yes.
It says Harvey Adelson.
Wendy, this is the information on work order for repair of TV Friday.
He probably had it was their joint account, and I bet you because Harvey was trying to maintain and retain some sense of modicum of control in the relationship, he said, I'm putting my name down on the auto sign, whatever that thing's called, the receipt, you know, the bottom part of emails where you can type a permanent farewell. I guarantee you, Donna's like, well, I'm having my name on the joint email account. We're having the same email. He's like, well, I'm going to make sure it signs off from me, Harvey Adelson. I'm Harvey Adelson. Like, I am the Adelson Institute. That's what I think. This is dumb. This is dumb.
July 18th between 8 and 12.
Oh
love
my
Dad.
God.
My client's not Dad, is she?
Why? Do you have other? Okay, pause. Do you have other email accounts? Or no,
Yes.
you've got your.
We have other
Yes.
email accounts too, but we have a joint one that we
That's
have
okay. That's
had
okay.
a decade and a half. So
That's fine. What are you all doing to me? Stephanie doesn't like cheese. You have a joint email account.
it makes life easier when you're signing up for crap and you have to do things together and you have a kid and you have stuff that has to go to the parents. If it all just goes into
fair.
It's
That's
so much
a good idea. I don't think that's Donna Harvey Adelson, but anyway, fair. Thank you for the perspective. Single forever and ever, amen. So that wouldn't even occur to me. Steph coming with crying. Oh, it's okay. I don't have
I
to
wouldn't
share
refer to
my
him as that.
cheese. It's win-win. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I don't think she would either.
This is still part of that same email, the Geek Squad schedule. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one becomes available? Do you see that language?
Yes.
What's the answer underneath that?
Yes.
Thank you for the run.
Examination.
Defense pointed out, hey, Harvey and Donna share an email address, right?
Yeah.
DonnaHarvey@gmail.com. Some of these are signed dad, or some of them signed mom.
Right.
Okay, and drawing your attention to this one on May 3rd, 2013, including the statement, the most important part of your divorce is relocation. On page 4 of that exhibit, well, let me start by going to the very end. Inconveniently, the way this printed, love you. Who's on that one?
Mom.
Right, and on page 4 of the exhibit, just a moment. The state's exhibit W, this is one from Thursday, June 27th, 2013. It's signed mom and dad, right?
That's right.
Okay. All right, so we got some from mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
Go, Georgia. Sorry, I yelled at you.
No further questions.
I love Georgia.
You missed that round, so. Will he be retained? He later recalled at some point in the trial, we remain contact with insurance. What's that? Yes, sir. Thank you. You're welcome. Members of the jury will take a break at this point briefly. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
okay, I don't think anything else happens. No. Okay. Let me switch to the last one, which is so exciting. It's only half an hour long, but it is.
Is that because the day ended and he's coming back on Monday?
I believe so.
He's
I
going to be
don't.
so pissed about that. They have to get up so early when they're when they have to come to court from jail. He'll be so mad. He was so mad last time. I think he had to return last time as well.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I know that they got into cross, but I feel like there's no way they finished in half an hour. But I could be wrong. I mean, I totally could be wrong. I guess we'll find out. I'm just so excited that we got to do the whole thing with Travel Channel on the day of. Like,
yes,
that just makes life so much better.
It really does.
Okay, let me make sure I have everything set. Okay.
I just put a new poll in the chat too for Stephanie because this could be controversial.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Are we ready to start this one or?
So ready, born ready.
All right. Let's do
Never
it.
been more ready.
May I address the court while she's working on the jury? I would like some clarification on the hearing that is going to be conducted outside the presence of the jury regarding State's Exhibit 60. My takeaway from our sidebar was that I was going to authenticate every single page. The defense has now advised me they only
burped.
have limited objections to State 60, so I would ask for some clarification on what we're doing there.
Oh, God.
Starting 60, that's going to be heard.
I think we can resolve that with the court's ruling already, Ron.
I believe the cabinet was brought up because there was a discussion on it.
No.
Ms. Wolford thought that she was referring to something.
I thought you were referring to the email.
Oh, no, I'm referring to the divorce.
State Exhibit 64 has been admitted, with the only exception being AA for right now.
That was my bad. I thought that's what she was referring to.
Okay. As to State 60, the foundation has begun with the detective as to any other witnesses that you intend to link up the parts of the foundation with. You were certainly supposed to do so.
Is there an objection to it right now being admitted?
Foundation as
Just
to
thinking the
showing
same thing.
Emails or communications that link up exactly with.
He's like,
Will that be in reference to each pleading or just select pleadings?
Development of this folder.
My understanding from the court's ruling is that the state could lay the foundation as they move through their case. And with that ruling, I mean, obviously we'd like them to establish foundation, but I'm not objecting to what has been presented as 60 other than the foundation.
it feels like you're objecting a lot,
They can prove
sir.
along the way, as long as they can prove it by the end of the case in chief.
No, you don't understand. He's not objecting.
Oh, is that like
No.
how Hank Brennan was not, objecting, but then objecting?
Yes, exactly. I'm not trying to keep it out. That's all.
It's not admitted.
Understood. Okay, I am going to go forward with Mr. Rivera at this time, Judge. If we finish before 5, I'm hopeful that I'll be able, outside the presence of the jury, to conduct that hearing regarding the foundation and admissibility of that exhibit. Would that be acceptable to the court?
That's fine.
I'm not sure. I'm going to be ready.
Steph, have you still not got your voice back?
Wanted to have
Oh my
clarification
God.
on what I was working on.
Georgia looks tired now. Big day.
Look at the jurors.
And can we have Mr. Rivera brought in?
Yes, we can have Mr.
Wanna have a
Rivera
seat
brought in.
before-
You can bring Rivera first.
Now the fun begins.
That's quiet.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rivera, please raise your right hand and be sworn.
Now the fun
Do you
begins.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Yes, sir. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
You may begin.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, Luisrivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
Can we please slow it down a little? Because I love him. I want to hear let's hear him. Let's hear him.
Moved to Miami at what
I'm
age?
2 years old.
Have you been convicted of a felony,
Yes, ma'am.
including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
They're both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this sentence.
the state case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty
Guilty to what?
to second-degree murder.
Can you speak out, Mr. Rivera? So-
Guilty to second-degree murder.
Thank you.
One moment, Mr. Rivera.
What was your sentence on the second degree murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
I'd cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
My co-defendant, Garcia, Katie.
All right, did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me.
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Have you been offered anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
And Even back then when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend Tudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Donna's facials have changed a little, haven't
What
they?
was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
She's got pause, please.
Wendi.
Okay.
Sorry, Donna's eyes. Notice her eyes. She's gone. They've closed a little. She's got her chin up just a little. She's got kind of sly eyes now. What do you think, chat? What do you think, Ms. What the fuck?
Oh, I feel like it's her, like she's slipping, like her facade is like cracking, and the real her is kind of slipping out, that calculated.
She's face has gone from grandma to cold, hasn't it? She looks kind of cold and calculating and sly. As in not necessarily her eye line, but the set of her eyes.
Right.
And her chin's up, and yeah, you're right, the mask is definitely slipping. She's kind of, I don't know, it's very notable to me. As soon as I saw her on the screen, I'm like, that's a different Donna.
That is Grandma God. That is her right there.
Yes. Oh shit, Donna, you're screwed.
And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendi could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie,
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, IPs, whatever you want to call him.
All right, so Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about them. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the
Got an
total
extra
amount
two.
that the job
It's
paid?
37.
No, not really.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think it was, told it was be like 100, something like that.
Okay. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over time? Is what you got?
Payment plan. An extortion payment plan. Lol.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Because of Tudo. Yeah.
How did he know?
Tudo and Tato.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Have fun,
Picture
Pammy.
of Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other? I'm sorry, you and Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Have you been to
phones.
Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
So were you with Sigfredo Garcia both times?
Yeah.
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
And July was the time, the second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Introduce States 44, Your Honor.
I love you, Georgia.
States 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia,
This?
80.
Who's that?
My baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Okay, and that's you there?
Prawn.
Yes.
Squid.
Was this picture
What's
taken
the name?
before or
Shrimp.
after the
Shrimp.
Oh, I can't remember.
His baby mama is called
At
Shrimp.
the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
Were you at the time of this murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the
Love you,
rental
Pammy.
car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one.
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember. Been so long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the truck.
Okay, so Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
We drove by here and we just followed him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it.
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had two.
All right. What was the other gun?
So 38.
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to the daycare.
How long were you here that first trip?
Maybe I don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
If I remember, I wasn't gonna do nothing in front of no kids.
He had the kids with him,
Yeah. Yes, he did.
but for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him, I believe. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah.
All right. So you did come back in July. Is that right?
We came back.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay.
In his own name. Yikes.
And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit.
Did he say shit? Yeah, he
Okay.
did.
Did you stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights?
He says it
when you
so
came
many
here
times.
Second time?
Was he? I love him.
Yeah, we stayed here for a night or two.
Perfect.
Okay. Did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
Nah, just one.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I remember one.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38.
That's a revolver.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
It was driving and
I love that even he laughs about that. Like he recognizes how dumb that is.
Right?
Okay.
He's just
Actually, I
going,
put the gun out
wow. He's just like, wow. And you're right. It was you, Ms. What the fuck, not Steph. Me. Like you can, like without Katie's bullshit, like manipulation of his childhood friend, Sigfredo, none of them would be in this mess. Like nobody. Katie's like her, I don't know what you'd call it, but Katie's involvement really is the linchpin for all of this.
Yeah, because without her,
no connection, because like, and if she'd had the moral like fortitude and backbone to say, no, I'm not doing that, I'm not, but she has no fucking morals. She was just a basic bitch who just wanted boobs and money and I don't know what, and I feel like a little bit to manipulate her baby daddy Sigfredo. Like, yeah,
100%.
and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car.
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
He's this emote. He's like,
and that was the
face
murder weapon
palm.
that fired that shot?
I don't remember.
Okay. But he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car.
I love him.
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it disable the car?
The car started stopping. Little by little, it just started slowing down.
Okay, and that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all had met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars, you or Garcia or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markel again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo,
Where did he get the information?
from Katie,
How did she know?
Wendi.
You think Wendi talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
Yep.
Were you present for that
Yeah.
phone call? Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was,
Oh shit, Donna.
was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendi, did you know who Wendi was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markel?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr. Markel?
Twice.
Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage, and his driver and was sitting down the driver's side on the phone
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Just seconds.
How was it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't gonna do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of jumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What did happen to the gun?
It got thrown away.
Thrown away where?
In the ocean somewhere.
All right, who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right.
We've gone over this Luis Rivera's testimony. It's in the Donna trial prep playlist that maybe one of the beautiful mods can drop the link to in the chat. But he drew a drawing in his proffer, Luis Rivera, to where they threw out the weapon, the gun, the 38 used in the murder, and for the, I think when they came to do the proffer when he was in federal prison. And it's in the, I don't think they'll show it now. It's fucking hilarious. His drawing, like his map. Or maybe Miss What the Fuck, you could find it. We'll show. It's like it's like a stick drawing. It's like a line like this, and then I don't know, 2 lines for the over. It was over a bridge or an overpass, and then I feel like there's a stick man, and then there's it would rival Jackie Fulford's presentation that she gave, but that was his map. It was his map where they threw it away, and they were coked up and drinking and shit. So as if he's going to remember, but the map is just priceless. Chef's kiss. Thanks, Miss What the Fuck.
Was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
Where did you go after the murder? Go home?
We had to stop somewhere to eat. Then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna show you states exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. 38 and 43. Are these
Thank you, Simi.
images fair and accurate photos of you pulling through an ATM?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Pembroke Pines, is that on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yeah.
That's you at the ATM. Are you the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
Move to publish introduce state 43.
Objection. States 38 through 43 are admitted.
Yeah, publish.
You may.
Is that the vehicle you were driving the day the murder was done, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 39. Is that you at the ATM machine?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
States exhibit 40. Is this Mr. Garcia? Is he your passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
States exhibit 41. He's the passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee on the bus video?
Absolutely.
Do you remember when you turned your phone back on after the murder?
Not really.
Do you remember
You can
who
see him.
was the first phone call that
Pause.
either of you
Sorry,
made
Miss What
after
the Fuck.
murder?
Sorry. You can see him remembering, proper recalling stuff. His eyes are glazing over. He's really trying to remember. Like they were off their heads, these guys. Britt asks, how much time did he get for federal on top of 19 years? I'm not sure, but he's done his federal time now. He's in a state prison now. Yeah. I think he got
something like 7 or 9 years, something pittance.
And they were concurrent, weren't they?
Yep.
Yep. So he'll be out. He's eligible for parole in what did Lama say? 6 or 7 years? 5 or 6 years?
Yeah, it's real soon.
Yep. 7 years. Yep. Yep. Thank you.
Garcia.
Who did Garcia call? And were you able to hear Katie on the other end of the line when he was talking to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interested in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
And was that phone call in reference to letting her know it's done and she's going to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get the money?
Saturday morning.
Is that the next day?
The next day.
Do you remember that on that Saturday morning you got a call from Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
She was looking for you to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
She never calls your phone, but she couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's where you ended up.
Shrimp, I told
rousting
you.
him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time.
Nope.
You guys have got dirty paws. Careful of my
So
white
when
jacket.
you say that Katie was with both of them, do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
I think it's concurrent. I'm
Tell us
pretty
what
sure
happened
the
when you got
concurrent.
your money. How'd you get it? Where'd you get it?
He got the sweet deal for flipping, going state's witness.
They pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia, and they
Yes,
called my
yes,
phone.
yes. See,
They,
same.
I think my baby mama called me. When they came to my house.
Okay,
I was-
Katie and Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in a barbershop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house and brought the money.
All right, and do you know where Katie got the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No,
But you knew that she was supposed to go get it,
absolutely.
and she did.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you get?
35.
Was there anything unusual about how your payment was packaged?
Yeah, it was weird. It was stapled. Never
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash.
Okay,
hundreds.
stapled how? All hundreds.
Hundreds, $1,000 stapled.
Stapled into bundles of $1,000 each.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No.
Did you and Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
I just bought a motorcycle.
Phil's asleep. Phil Markel is asleep. I love him.
47, Your Honor.
No objection. There, but
Publishing States Exhibit 46. This yellow motorcycle, whose is that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back here?
Yeah, he bought that one too.
You also bought that with his cut of the money?
Yeah,
And States Exhibit 47. What about this motorcycle right here?
that's mine.
Is that what you bought, or part of what you bought with your money?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, George's pantsuit is just glorious.
How long after the
I
murder?
love her.
This purchase? Days, weeks, months?
Probably like a month.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you dump your cell phone?
I don't remember.
Look at her face. It's so
Did you meet
different.
with Investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone
Yes,
calls?
Steph.
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Newland play some calls for you and have you initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice on the
Absolutely.
sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 136. I'm going to show you what I have marked as States Exhibit 136. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these your initials here?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean you're verifying that the highlighted name, you know that person and that is their voice
Absolutely.
on the particular call of that row?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move in evidence 136.
objection. Case 136, Linda.
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea? What would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I would have went and robbed him myself.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way up to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I mentioned something like that. Yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
I said, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I was here. I forgot
I
to
just
turn
want to
my
make
thing
sure
back on. I was here. Sorry, I was just trying to find, and I didn't realize I'd gone off screen and was still off screen. I was doing all my curious-looking faces. I was trying to find the drawing.
That's what I've been doing too, and I can't find it.
I know it's absolutely in that live stream where we did like Luis Rivera's testimony. So I might scoot through and we will play that tomorrow because it's so sweet. Like the man can't read. I think he can read now, but he couldn't read when he went into prison. So like not English, not Spanish, nothing, whatever, his language, his native, like, so, yeah, I'll see if we can find it and we'll play it tomorrow night with whatever we end up doing tomorrow night, which I guess is going to be watching some of Wendy's old testimony, preparing ourselves for whatever bullshit she's got to bring on Monday or Tuesday. I guess probably Monday.
Yeah. Did you catch what just happened?
No, I was not paying attention. Yeah.
Good afternoon,
No,
Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
No reading.
I said, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I
Did you catch it
understood
that
your
time?
testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you
Lisa, did you
Oh,
catch
she
it?
said Mr. Garcia.
And he's
But
like,
so did Georgia did also. But Georgia corrected.
exactly.
Shit, man. Wow. Where's look at him, look at his eyes. Oh my God. He's pause. There's I can't remember if I forgot it, but in Charlie's testimony, no, in Charlie's trial, when Luis testified, he stares down Charlie Adelson for about 20 proper seconds. I have a feeling it might be in my shorts, but in my YouTube shorts, Shorty shorts, but I can't recall exactly. But he'd like just death stared. He'd like just there, that stare, but for a full like 15 or 20 seconds, hectic. Yeah, wow. So you can tell he hates the Adelsons too. They got him into this fucking shit. Charlie, Donna, Wendi, and Katie, right?
I said, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I
You dumb
understood
bitch.
your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that
Okay,
he was
Judge.
going to be taking his kids to school. So when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school. And so you followed him to the school, correct?
The daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I
Get
didn't
it
know he
right,
was going to
lady.
the gym. I just follow him.
You followed him to the gym.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendi Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Don't touch him. She almost touched him.
I
She went
know.
her head.
So close. It's so bad.
Ma'am, don't touch the king of the head of the Latin Kings, former. Don't fuck with, like Steph just said, 1 foot shorter or less, I wouldn't fuck with him. No. Oh, rewind, yeah, please, rewind. Oh my God.
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
Ooh!
I apologize.
That's what. Oh. So good.
Man, this is important because he didn't shoot the gun and Garcia did. There's so many, like, just show some respect. Saying someone's name, the right name, if you can remember to. Oh, Steph, Aladdin Kings. Okay.
I'm gonna go back one more time, but we're not gonna pause it after that.
No.
Swear to God.
Oh my God.
Garcia, I'm going to show you what.
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so
Rivera.
sorry. I am so
Twice.
sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant's
He's like
exhibit
going.
50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
Like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you
I didn't see it,
make
Simi.
some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
You just hold on to that for a second. Mr. Vera, when we met with you that day, taking your deposition, and I presented that to you, you gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said it was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie McBenoit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markel, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if
What's
you
the
would,
point of this?
please put the number 4 next to the man
Pause,
who was
please,
killed,
Miss.
and
What the
you did
fuck?
that.
This is demeaning him because when she said make your mark, because he can't, like, wouldn't you just say sign your name? She's trying to, I hate this. She's exercising her white upper middle class privilege on him. I hate this. It's fucking disgusting. Right? Does she have another poster board? Yikes.
You and I kind of feel like it is I feel like it's her, I feel like it's more argument than anything else, because what it is they're like, okay, number 1 is the person who set it all up. Number 2 is the person that, actually did it. Number 3 is the person who got the weapon. And basically, by putting those numbers, it's indicating who is the most responsible. And I really think that that's more argument than anything else.
Perhaps, but it's a moot point because those people are all convicted and serving life without parole plus 60. Katie's serving life without parole plus 60. Or is that Charlie? One of them is plus 60, one of them is plus 30. That could, yeah, it's definitely not, it's not questioning. Is there a question, ma'am? But also making him do written things that require reading comprehension is a fucking dog act.
Yeah.
He's illiterate. Oh, I don't think he's now. He's learned a little bit, but yeah. Like Steph says, yeah, well, she's a disgraced judge whose hair is worse than Scarecrow's in The Wizard of Oz. I just wanted to put a bit of product in there and some hairspray and like a headband or something. I'm not sure. Okay.
Markel, correct?
Yes,
This
ma'am.
makes me mad.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendi Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And then I asked you if the 2 people
Argument.
on the top
Yep.
of the page who have their pictures there and the names
Donald.
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor. I don't have anything further.
Look at Phil's face.
No, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Rivera released or will he be recalled? Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else. The bailiff will take you at this time.
I know it's weird, but fuck, I love him. Well, that was. Oh my god, I turned it up. Sorry, I turned that up for Judge Everett's. Let the fun begin. So that was day 1 of the Donna Adelson trial, huh?
Yes, that was it.
So next week, it's going to be a little bit different because obviously we'll theoretically, unless something untoward happens, we'll have 5 full days of testimony to review. Ms. What the fuck thinking out loud here, brainstorming and spitballing with you as we're live. Perhaps we should do something a little bit along the lines of what we did for the Karen Reed recaps, where, and maybe Shorties in the Discord community, wherever you're watching trial, like with that, whichever streamers, whether they're law tubers or just YouTubers, where everybody's valid and has virtue and merit. Let us know if you've got a timestamp or a clip of an interesting reaction. Like that was fun, wasn't it, Ms. What the Fuck, watching, like, I don't know, like Bob and Ali Motta, or we can have some llama responses, Lawyer Lee. I know Salty Sleuth's cover. Oh, is she? Yeah, Salty's covering it. So maybe we should do it like that, and just the key moments.
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
And also still brainstorming, but What the Fuck, and I've talked about this offline, but I think after the trial, we might, once Donna's convicted, life without parole plus some, we might do some in-depth, like the longer testimonies. I presume Charlie's will be long. I presume Wendy's will be long. There might be a few others, perhaps Rob Adelson's. We'll do a few focused live streams over the coming month or so of reviewing those testimonies, like we have today, but with the longer ones. So we'll do like we did with the Karen Reed trial, the first one, with the We Need to Talk series, where we watch the whole thing like that. And then tomorrow night, that's it. We're going to watch some of Wendy's OG testimonies, wearing the same dress, one time with a hair straightener, the second time with a not hair straightener. So, yeah. And tomorrow night, to finish off the weekend, Camp Shorty, we'll be watching Shorty Shorts. They're great. They're so fun. I love them so much. It's not just because I made them myself. The whole channel was built on the Adelson trial case, Markel case. So Ms. What the Fuck, thank you so much for putting together a presentation, the I Ain't Playing video, the Donna, oh shit, Donna video. I'm burping with excitement. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to head off. Bye.
Bye. I love you very much. Yikes, it always goes to big. That's what she said. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Miss Shorty. Motion, best mods, best chat, best community. Chat is bae. I love you all very much. Steph says, I'm all heated and riled up now. You can't just leave me hanging. Yikes. I got to join your kick. Yes, Miss Shorty Delight. It's called Miss Shorty Delight. Let's go out with Chat is Bae. Thank you for the gifted memberships, my beautiful friends, the new members, even double whammy Joe Schmo. Wasn't that perplexing? We have our regular Joe Schmo, but also fake Joe Schmo with no E on the end. It's a mystery we have to get to the bottom of. Probably not for today. So with that, let's go out with Chat is Bae, Baby Shorty. I love you all very much. Thank you, my beautiful mods. Thank you, Miss What the Fuck. Enjoy the rest of your evening or afternoon. See you tomorrow night. TikTok Wendi, fuck ya.
I love you all so very much. We had a blast, just chatting and stuff. Things may have gone bit off the rails. Professional when all else fails. 'Cause chat is bae, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. We're skating through all the tough things, learning about this and that, defense motions, prosecution, and narcissistic twats. 'Cause chat is bae, so much to copy. It's the whole thing. Miss Shorty swing. Together we make each other happy.